Calling to order the regular meeting of the Wheeling Plan Commission for Wednesday, June 12th, 2024. Please stand for the pledge. Mr. Secretary, please call the roll.
Commissioner Riles?
Here.
Commissioner Meyer?
Here.
Commissioner Casper?
Present.
Commissioner Sprague is here. Commissioner Smart?
Here.
Commissioner Heiken?
Here.
Chairman Johnson?
Here. Ms. Nyes, any changes to the agenda this evening?
No changes.
All right, citizens' concerns and comments. This would be for anything not an agenda item, if somebody wanted to come up and talk. I guess we didn't have anyone for that. So we'll get into our first docket, PSP MIN 24-0012. Request for minor site plan and appearance approval to construct an equipment enclosure on the north side of the building for Selfreliance Credit Union at 50 West Dundee Road. Ms. Nyes?
So Self-Reliance Credit Union has done multiple improvements over the past couple years. And here is their site plan. They had done a lot of improvements to the building, including the facade and the parking lot and some of the green space. And they had put in a trash enclosure back here where my pointer is. And now they would like to put a generator in back. And that requires it to be screened. And they are proposing a PVC enclosure. Here's the location for where it would go behind the building. And there's some separation distances that they needed to work around. And this is the type of fence that'll be put in. Now this is different than the wood fence that was approved for the trash enclosure because that's permitted for a trash enclosure. But for a generator, they can't use wood to enclose it, just for fire safety issues. So I just wanted to explain why the two enclosures are going to be different. Staff is supportive and does not have any conditions on approval.
All right, is the petitioner here?
I don't believe so.
Can we go ahead?
I think it's small enough that we can go ahead.
All right, no petitioner, so I guess we'll just see if the commissioners have any questions. I'll just look down this way.
None from me.
Nothing? How about the other direction?
No.
Any questions or comments? And I have none, so,
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
just maybe you could make sure that they're going to keep it locked, secured, so that someone can't get in it.
Okay, we can make that a condition.
Well, actually, Bob, is that a requirement? Do you know?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Oh, it's not a requirement. Okay.
I would think that they would do that on their own to protect their generator, but
So
just want to make sure.
I think we need to take a poll if we're going to add a condition.
All right.
Sorry.
Should we add a condition that they provide a lock on that enclosure? One yes,
I concur with Commissioner Sprague.
I agree. 2, 3, I'll agree with it. 4,
Agreed.
okay. We have at least 6.
Okay. I'll just say the enclosure shall remain locked at all times. Okay.
All right, so that's the only condition. So I would hear a motion. Fair and smart.
Casper Smart. Commissioner Casper?
Yes.
Commissioner Smart?
Yes.
Commissioner Riles?
Yes.
Commissioner Meyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Sprague is a yes. Commissioner Heiken?
Yes.
Chairman Johnson?
Yes. All right, next up is docket number PV 24-0003. Request for a variation to permit an increase in the maximum fence height from 6 feet to 8 feet associated with the screening of proposed mechanical equipment for Dundee Fuel Mart, Inc. at 11 East Dundee Road. Mr. Secretary.
Request for variation to permit an increase in the maximum fence height from 6 feet to 8 feet associated with the screening of proposed mechanical equipment for Dundee Fuel Mart Incorporated, 11 East Dundee Road. A zoning variation is intended to be a method of adjustment to equalize regulations where the zoning code has created an unnecessary hardship. A variation is designed to allow affected property owners the same rights and privileges that others enjoy in the same zoning district. In order to be granted a variation, a petitioner is required to demonstrate through testimony to the Plan Commission at a public hearing that the request meets the standards of the village code, including but not limited to how their individual situation is unique or unusual. Prior to the public hearing, the petitioner provides written statements meant to show that the request for the variation meets the standards established in Title 19. The Commission chairperson will typically direct that these statements be entered into the record without a full reading of them at the hearing. Based upon the testimony and supporting materials submitted, the Plan Commission will make findings in support of or against the petitioner's testimony and report those findings to the village board.
Thank you. Ms. Nyes, anything?
Yes, so for this petitioner, we actually have two dockets. The first one is going to be for the variation for the fence or the enclosure height, and the second one is going to be for the minor site plan and appearance review. So we'll just talk about it all at once. So the petitioner was also in maybe earlier this year to put in these 3 pay stations for the drive-through where my cursor is. So that received approval. And there were 3 standalone vacuum stations located in this center island. And now they're proposing to remove those 3 and put in these newer vacuum stations along each side. So there'll be 10 of those total. Just looking for, the ones that are connected with the main vacuum system. And then they get put into one collection system that goes in an enclosure, and this is the schematic of the enclosure. In order to fully screen the mechanical unit, it needs to be 8 feet tall, which exceeds our 6-foot maximum for fences or enclosures. That's what the variation is for. They're proposing, this is a landscape plan. They're proposing landscaping throughout the island here and all along the east side and the west side of the vacuum stations. The existing large trees that are currently located in this island are going to remain. And as part of the previous project, they have installed arborvitae down here along the south property line. So I do have some proposed conditions for both the variation and the minor site plan.
Go
So
ahead.
you want me- Okay, so one of them actually is on both, but for the variation, there's just one, and that is that the hours of operation for the vacuum station shall be limited to 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. So that's the one on the variation. And there's a bunch on the minor site plan, and this, some of these are to be consistent with other car washes that have gone in recently that have switched out their vacuum stations. So the first one, minor site plan and appearance approval, is contingent upon approval of the variation petition to permit an increase in the maximum permitted fence height from 6 feet to 8 feet associated with the screening of proposed mechanical equipment, docket number PV 24-0003. Number 2, the hours of operation for the vacuum station shall be limited to 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Number 3, all new evergreen trees shall have a minimum height of 6 feet at the time of planting. Number 4, existing trees located within the landscape island shall not be removed. Number 5, lights shall not be installed on any portion of the vacuum stations. Number 6, prior to the issuance of a building permit pursuant to section 19.11.020C2, fiscal security, either by bond, certificate, or of deposit or letter of credit, shall be provided to the Community Development Department to ensure compliance with the landscape installation requirements. The fiscal arrangement shall reflect the cost of required landscaping, both plants and labor. All site landscaping shall be installed by September 15th, 2024. And number 7, a sign indicating the hours of operation for the vacuum stations shall be included at the north end of each row of vacuums.
Thank you.
And the petitioner is here.
All right, where is the petitioner? Come on up. Public hearing, I do have to swear you in. Raise your hand. You swear the testimony you're giving tonight to be the truth?
I do.
And state your name and business address, please.
My name is Khalil Abdullah, and I'm here presenting the site at the 11 East Dundee Road for the existing car wash and gas station.
All right. Is there anything you want to add to what Ms. Nye
I
says?
think Marcy, she explained very well what we are proposing, but basically, like, we are complying with all these conditions.
All right. Now, we'll see if the commissioners have anything to my left.
I have one question.
Go ahead, sir.
So car wash is opening at 7 and vacuums are opening at 6?
No, the vacuums will be open and closed with the car wash, so it's from 7 to 8.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
That actually was my question. too.
Okay. Okay. How about the other end of the room here? Any
No questions.
I have one just clarifying question.
Yes.
So the site plan and the landscape plan shows 10 spaces, and I think your initial letter referenced 9. I'm assuming 10 spaces is correct?
I think we proposed 9 in the beginning, which was a different area in the parking lot, but after adjustment, we did it a different way.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Casper, anything?
I just have one question, and this is actually for the village. The condition number 6 relating to the fiscal security, is that something new, or is that only done in certain types of things?
We've been requiring that on all landscape plans
Okay,
recently.
I just hadn't realized that
Yes.
before. Okay, all right, that was my only question. Thanks.
All right. The only question I had was on the hours of the vacuum. I know we're asking you to put up signs. Are you also going to have like a timer on that? Because sometimes signs don't really do much.
Yes, they can be turned off after 8.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
Do we need to change that condition?
Add that, or?
It'll have to be changed.
That hours will be controlled by a timer, added to the sign one?
Well, also, so staff must have had the hours incorrect because we put 6, but he has 7, I guess, 7 o'clock down.
7 to 8 p.m.
7 to 8.
7 to 8, okay.
Sorry, I'm just
so-
trying to find it.
That's what the
So,
cover letter states.
okay, so I'll change the condition to 7 a.m. to 9 p.m., is that correct? Or 7 a.m. to 8 p.m.?
7 to 8.
7 to 8, okay. That's, okay, if that's what your cover letter says. And then if everybody wants me to add to be controlled by a timer,
Yeah, I'm getting nods. Yep.
then let me just add that. Okay, so the condition reads, hours of operation for the vacuum stations shall be limited to 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. and are to be controlled by a timer. You're okay with that?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay.
Do we need that condition on the hours on the fence variance? I didn't understand why it would be on that. Because you got the same thing,
Right.
the 6 to 9. Can we eliminate that?
Yeah, I mean, they can be, it doesn't need to be on the fence variation,
I wouldn't think so. It's,
tied to the use, and the variation is tied to the fence.
No, the conditions regarding the signage and the hours of operation can all be tied with the special use, or sorry, the site plan
Yeah.
and appearance. The variance is just for the fence height, which does
Right.
not need those
so we can take it
those
off.
regulations. And just to remind the chair that there may be some members of the audience that may want to speak on this, so.
All right. Is there anyone in the audience that wanted to speak on this particular issue? I see none. So, we'll vote, or we will get a motion on the public hearing one first.
So
on the
moved.
Fence variation. Mr. Hyken,
I can,
Second.
Meyer?
Commissioner Hyken,
Yes.
Commissioner Meyer,
Yes.
Commissioner Riles,
Yes.
Commissioner Casper,
Yes.
Commissioner Sprague is a yes, Commissioner Smart,
Yes.
Chairman Johnson.
Yes. Now we need a motion to close the public hearing one.
So moved. Second.
Smart and Meyer. Commissioner Smart,
Yes.
Commissioner Meyer,
Yes.
Commissioner Riles,
Yes.
Commissioner Casper,
Yes.
Commissioner Sprague is a yes, Commissioner Hyken,
Yes.
Chairman Johnson.
Yes. All right, now we need a motion on the request for minor site plan and appearance approval.
So moved.
Second.
Sprague, Meyer. Commissioner Sprague is a yes, Commissioner Meyer,
Yes.
Commissioner Riles,
Yes.
Commissioner Casper,
Yes.
Commissioner Smart,
Yes.
Commissioner Hyken,
Yes.
Chairman Johnson.
Yes. All right,
Okay, I'll follow up with you tomorrow.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank
thank
you.
you. All right, next we have docket number PSU 24-0010, request for special use approval to permit the operation of a drive-through associated with an existing restaurant drive-through building for Kava Java LLC, doing business as Scooters Coffee at 310 North Milwaukee. Mr. Secretary?
Request for special use approval to permit the operation of a drive-through associated with existing restaurant drive-through building for Kava Java LLC, doing business as Scooters Coffee, 310 North Milwaukee Avenue. A special use is defined in the zoning code as the use of parcel of land that requires review and consideration before approval due to the potential for negative impacts on the surrounding properties. In order to be considered for a special use, the petitioner is required to demonstrate through testimony to the Plan Commission at a public hearing that the request meets the standards of the village code, including but not limited to how the proposed use will not damage the enjoyment or use of the surrounding properties. Prior to the public hearing, the petitioner provides written statements meant to show that the request meets the standards for a special use as established in Title 19. The commission chairperson will typically direct that these statements be entered into the record without a full reading of them at the hearing. Based upon the testimony and supporting materials submitted, the Plan Commission will make findings in support of or against the petitioner's testimony and report those findings to the village board.
Thank you. Ms. Nyes?
Okay. So again, we have two dockets here. We have the special use and then it's actually site plan and appearance approval, I believe, not just appearance approval. So the special use is required for the drive-through, even though the drive-through existed before. Once the previous owner, there's a lapse in the use, there has to be a new special use required for the new owner. So that's why they're here for the special use. And let's see, there's just some pictures of the existing building. This is where Starbucks used to be. I'll get to that in a second. So here's their site plan on how it's going to lay out. For the special use, I had two proposed conditions. These are pretty standard. Number one is that a wheeling building permit shall be required prior to the start of any remodel work or modifications to the existing floor plans and/or buildings. And number two, a wheeling business license must be obtained from the Community Development Department before the business begins operations. And I think more of the discussion would be on the site plan and appearance review. So if they are proposing new signage, they'll come in to staff for that approval while signage is approved at the staff level. If they want to do anything with a ground sign, changing out the panel, that will also be done at the staff level. So there's a proposed condition regarding landscaping. So here's some pictures of the existing landscaping. A lot of it is bare, and some of it is dead. So staff has added a condition about landscaping, and there was also a condition added about the doors of this trash enclosure that currently exists on the northeast corner of the site. So we had 5 proposed conditions. I'll read those now. Number 1, a wheeling sign permit shall be required in order to permit any exterior signage to be installed or modified, except for signage pursuant to Chapter 21.6 of the Wheeling Sign Code. Number 2, a landscape plan shall be submitted for staff review by September 15th, 2024, and implemented by April 15th, 2025, for enhancement of the bare areas of the site. Number 3, prior to the issuance of a building permit pursuant to Section 19.11.020C2, fiscal security, either by bond, certificate of deposit, or letter of credit, shall be provided to community development to ensure compliance with the landscape installation requirements. The fiscal arrangement shall reflect the cost of required landscaping, both plants and labor. Number 4, the doors of the trash enclosure shall be repainted or resealed as part of the landscaping project. And number 5, the site plan shall be updated to reflect the current parking lot layout prior to permitting.
Thank you. And is the petitioner here?
Yes.
Good evening. This is a public hearing, so I need to swear both of you in. I assume you're both going to be talking. Yes. Swear the testimony you're giving tonight to be the truth,
Yes.
right? When it's your turn to talk, give us your name and business address, if you will.
It's Ariel DeLeo with JP Architects, 4544 West 103rd Street, Oak Lawn.
Antonia Siprit, Kava Java, and address is 3909 North Kedville Avenue, Chicago, Illinois.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Is there anything you want to add to what Ms. Nyes has already spelled out?
No, I mean, it's pretty straightforward, and I did discuss this with Scooters, which is my client, and shouldn't be any issues fulfilling these 5 conditions. I've already been in discussions with the building department on what's required for submission, and we'll be doing that early next week.
I'm just here to answer questions in case you
Okay.
guys have questions about scooters or about any of kind of operation, so that's why I'm standing here. So if you
Okay.
don't, then I don't need to speak.
Well, then we'll see if we have any. Start down here again.
Sure, I have a couple questions. First of all, thank you for dressing that up. It's a really in need of a lot of dressing up in that area. But my question is, that's a really tough intersection when you have a line going around to come into there. It's hard. If you're not going there, it's hard to get down Strong Street. So is there anything that you're doing to expedite orders quicker than Starbucks did?
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, that is what we do.
Yes.
That is, Scooter's kind of way we set ourselves apart is that we are fast and friendly. So that is kind of, you can get in and out, even if there were 12 cars in our, we call it a stack. Our promise to our guests is that they're in and out 2.5, 3 minutes tops. So all we do is drive through. This one may have that walk-up window essence, but that'll be a separate staff. It will not slow down or take away. We do 3 to 4 different espresso drinks at a time, 3 to 4 different blender drinks at a time, and all we do is speed. So you can count on us basically to make sure that no one is just waiting in line or being caught up in the line. Starbucks, has a little more of a craft essence to them. They're not known for their speed, and that's okay. They're known for lots of other things, but that is kind of one of the things we can promise to you guys is that we will get you and your patrons of your city in and out of the drive-thru quickly, friendly, and with awesome drinks. So it's kind of like
One other
our
question.
confidence there.
Very good. One other question.
Sure.
Starbucks used to have like patio chairs in that covered area.
Mm-hmm.
Are you planning on putting that in or no?
We are planning on keeping that, correct, the walk-up? Or we're not? We're closing it off? Yeah. We do drive-through really, really
Okay.
well and really friendly, so we may put a chair or something out there just for aesthetics, but we're not going to have the walk-up window. I wasn't sure what we decided on that.
Yeah, I think
That's
decided
just not what we
to.
do, you know?
Okay,
So,
that's all I have. Thank you very much and welcome.
thank you,
Anything?
I have no questions. Thank you for coming to Wheeling.
of course.
Yes, thank you. Good evening.
Hi, good evening.
There's a short wall on the north side, I guess for covering up the AC unit.
Yes, yes.
And I noticed there's another device outside of the building opposite of that short wall. I was wondering if that's just a temporary AC or,
That's, yeah, it's a split system, so yeah, that is part of the HVAC system.
oh, it's part of it.
Yes.
So will
The one
that,
that's wall
will
mounted.
that be screened also?
We could definitely look at screening it. If I'm not mistaken, I'm not sure if it's actually properly working. That is something we're looking into.
Or
Are
maybe
we
it could be
talking
moved?
about that?
Yeah,
one
right.
Okay.
Right.
Do you propose something, or you
It could
have a
be-
preference?
It could be moved or screened either way.
Yeah, I mean, we could look at both options, just to make sure that it does get screened either way, whether we move it back into that maybe corral that's there already now, or screen it where it is right now.
That's your back door, right?
Correct.
That would be, I think, where the employees come in. So there's like an outdoor restroom over here for walk-up guests. We're closing that off because we're not going to have walk-up guests, so that's just going to become, I think, like an office. But, so it's, yeah, that will be the employee entrance, basically.
That, if some additional landscaping is put there, it could get screened there. I mean, this, staff did not comment on that because it's really not visible from the street, and our screening requirements are pretty much to screen from the streets. I understand like the customers are coming around there. So, I think we'd have to take a poll if we're really going to require that to be screened beyond the new vegetation in front of it.
I was thinking more just to protect it versus looking at it.
I mean, there's bollards right there too. I understand, not like right there, but,
Yeah, landscaping would be fine. I guess it would be up to.
well, I'm wondering if it's on these like skids. Are you sure that's permanent?
Yeah, I mean, it's just, yeah, they usually put them on skids just so it's not sitting on the actual concrete.
Yeah.
But as far as protection goes, yes, there is bollards there. We could add some landscaping there if necessary, but as you stated, Marcy, it's not visible from Milwaukee. It is screened by this low partition wall, and on the opposite side, it is screened by the fence that wraps around the next door neighbor's lot.
Yeah, I just think we would have to look at building code before I'm concerned about requiring an enclosure there. The space looks small. I'm not sure that area can be enclosed. So I'm not sure I want to put that in as a requirement. If everyone wants to, we could, but then we could say, pending building code approval or building permit approval. But just so you know, it might not happen.
Yeah, I'm fine with just some landscaping there if you want. I brought it up in case they wanted to protect it.
Yeah, okay. Well,
Okay. Yeah, we'll keep that in mind, for sure. Thank you.
Thank you, that's all I have.
How about the other end? Anything?
I'm just, thank you. I'm just curious about the red canopy. Is that your branding color, or how did you come about the red?
Well, yeah, Scooters is, has 800 locations across the country, so that's kind of part of the. Yeah.
So it's part of their branding?
Absolutely, red and white are their colors.
Okay.
Yeah. Smiley's new to the the look. That's kind of their guy, but normally it's like a Scooters with the Scooters written on it. But yeah,
And red and white?
red and white are our colors. Yeah.
Okay. That's it. Thank you.
But we're doing like kind of black in there too, right?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
the black, the lap siding on the bottom there. Which is a more durable product than what is there now. This is more of a fiber cement siding. Right now what exists is more of a wood paneling, which is pretty rough shape.
I was going to add one thing to your question too. One thing that we do that kind of sets us apart too is that we take an employee outside and we line scoot if the lines start to get long, where we're taking an order farther back behind the menu board, and then somebody else can also facilitate taking payment all prior to getting to the window. So we're always like, you feel like you're always doing something and you're always pushing, the cars through and getting them out of the lane. So during rush hour times, we'll always kind of have somebody out there during the prime times. So wanted to add
I'm
that.
sure that'll be a great improvement.
Yeah.
Commissioner Meyer.
Evening. Just one small question. If we look at the photo of the west side of the building facing east, I'm just curious if there was any sort of improvement plan to the asphalt pavement.
Yes, overall, the site parking layout is going to remain as is. The plan is to recoat the entire parking lot and restripe.
Excellent, thank you, and again, happy to see this use in the neighborhood.
Commissioner Casper, anything?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I love coffee, and I love coffee when I don't have to get out of my car to get it,
Amen.
especially first thing in the morning. But as Commissioner Heiken said, sometimes I come across on Strong Avenue, and there's cars backed up from southbound Milwaukee to get in, and there's people waiting to make a left turn.
Right.
And there's signs posted, no parking, but there's people parking. So I don't go that way too often. The material mentioned, my question is, the material mentioned that you're going to be serving breakfast food. Is any of that going to be hot food? Okay, so are you going to have something like a breakfast sandwich?
Yep.
Okay, and
Absolutely.
what does it take, how long does it take you to produce that?
Nothing takes longer than 45 seconds in a very high-speed turbo oven, similar to what you would see Starbucks sticking their food in.
Okay.
Very similar process to what Starbucks. So we have the same gamut, except for we do not have lunch-style sandwiches, but our most popular one, to give you an example, is a maple waffle sausage sandwich. So it's waffles with sausage, cheese, and egg inside. That goes in that oven the moment they order, and then it's 45 seconds later, it is complete. So
Okay. And
that's
so
probably the longest item.
My just concern was somebody orders a sandwich and, it takes 5 minutes and the traffic is backed up to
Yep,
Lake Cook
absolutely.
Road. So I'm really glad to hear that you're going to do what many years ago I saw Portillo's start doing. They have people out there taking the orders before you even
The
get
line
to the
busing, yeah.
speaker, and you can get it into the production. So I think that's a great idea, and I think that will alleviate any concerns I might have had. So thank you and good luck.
Thank you. I mean, I feel like if for some reason that kind of the drive backs up into the street at all, I mean, we can always talk about, something where we're dealing with it, we're having somebody actively out there, like, more often. I mean, I don't see it being a problem because we try, like, again, we push the cars through as fast as we can, so we are a positive part of your day and not making you late. But
Just to add, also with the removal of the, or actually not use, we're going to keep doing that, but not actually use it, the walk-up window, that's going to help, with congestion as well, because the parking that's there is really only going to be used for the employees and not for people actually trying to get in there to park and, go, get a coffee and sit down at the patio. So, that could also
Right.
help with some of the
yeah,
congestion.
no one's going to be pulling in and pulling off to the sides or anything like that. There's just going to be the one lane and coming in and out.
Anything else from the group? I'm glad to see this site being used again. It's been kind of ugly sitting there. Through the conditions already, we didn't change anything there. So, a motion to approve the special use.
So moved.
Aye. Second and Casper.
Heiken and Casper. Commissioner Heiken,
Yes.
Commissioner Casper,
Yes?
Commissioner Riles,
Yes.
Commissioner Meyer,
Yes,
Commissioner Sprague is a yes, Commissioner Smart,
Yes.
Chairman Johnson.
Yes. And now a motion to close the public hearing on PSU 24010.
So moved.
Another tie.
You guys are in tune today.
Smart and Sprague. Commissioner Smart.
Yes.
Commissioner Sprague is a yes. Commissioner Riles.
Yes.
Commissioner Meyer.
Yes.
Commissioner Casper.
Yes?
Commissioner Heiken.
Yes.
Chairman Johnson.
Yes. And then finally, motion to approve PSP MIN 240018.
So moved.
Second.
Riles, Meyer. Commissioner Riles. Heiken.
Yes.
Commissioner Meyer.
Yes.
Commissioner Riles.
Yes.
Commissioner Casper.
Yes?
Commissioner Sprague is a yes. Commissioner Smart.
Yes.
Chairman Johnson.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Yay.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
guys.
I'll follow up with you tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
When do you think you'll be in operation? Just out of curiosity.
Pretty quickly. How quick do we get permits? That depends on you guys.
Yeah, see those guys.
And it's going to be a very quick transition. I mean, we're not sparing any expense as far as it making it our own, and you know, besides the walls, and you know, we're going to make it scooters, but that will not take long. We already have a plan, so it's as soon as you let us do our thing, we'll get busy. So I imagine 10/1 at the latest.
All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, now we're going to get back to the war issues that revolve around the gas and wash. These were opened as public hearings 3 weeks ago, and we are continuing from there. Mallory, was there anything you want to?
Yes, I can go ahead and kind of give a summary of where we are. So just as a note, this is a public hearing, so if you were here at the last meeting and you were sworn in, you do not need to be sworn in again, but if you did not attend the last meeting or didn't get sworn in and now are planning to speak tonight, you will need to be sworn in, which we will do in mass again. As we discussed the last time, there are 3 portions to the public participation part of a public hearing. We are already through part 1, which was the ability to ask the petitioner questions, and we closed that part at the last meeting. There's no more questions tonight, but you can raise them in your public comment time, and the petitioner or plan commission may decide to address them. And so the next 2 steps are introduction of evidence and then public comment. The difference between the 2 is evidence is an item or information offered to make the existence of a fact more or less probable, whereas opinions are your thoughts, views, or judgments formed based on something, not necessarily based on facts. And so if your evidence does start to veer into opinion, we will have to interrupt you and direct you to make your comment during public comment period. It's not that you won't be able to express your opinions or views. We're just going to direct you to the appropriate time to do so that we can keep this moving as efficiently as possible. We also encourage you to be cognizant of repetitious material to other presenters and material that and keeping material to the matters that are actually before the Plan Commission and within their purview. For example, issues of gaming and remediation done at the site are not material to the petitions before the Plan Commission and are outside their authority. Finally, the commission did receive certain evidence in advance of today's meeting. If you submitted it to staff prior to the packet going out on Thursday, it was included in the packet and has been reviewed by the commission. So as such, we'd ask you that you summarize your evidence tonight and not necessarily go through it in detail, as the commission has had the ability to review it already, similar to the petitioner's evidence. I'll go over the rules for public comment before we get to that period, but that will be the next thing. So I think just swearing in anyone who is looking to talk tonight, who wasn't sworn in. I'll go get the sheets, yeah.
One other thing, when you come up to speak, you need to adjust the microphone, so you're speaking into it. We're not going to be messing with the volume because it affects outside and then it echoes. So everyone has to talk into the microphone, please, and state your full name and address, because somebody takes minutes, and it's not me, so she needs to hear you clearly so she can write it down. Thank you.
All right, so we want to have people.
I guess. Yeah, I guess just step up.
Okay, so if there's anyone seeking to introduce evidence at this time, you can go ahead and step up. But first, before we do that, anyone who is planning on speaking tonight and was not sworn in at the last public hearing, please stand up now so you can be sworn in. If you think you might speak, you can change your mind. Okay, please.
All right, raise your right hands. You swear the testimony you're giving tonight to be the truth? Thank you, and we'll ask for your names and address when you come up.
Okay, so anyone seeking to introduce evidence tonight, please go ahead and step up. And then also, if you already submitted it and you're stepping up, please let us know so that we know if it's something we've already looked at or not.
Hello. So my,
Just have a seat. When you step up, you can hand it out. Sorry.
Yeah, you need to raise this up and state your name.
Name and address.
is this better?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Name is Brian Manning. Address is 2615 North Brighton Place. And I was sworn in last meeting. My evidence is, in essence, I know there'll be a lot of speakers talking about safety and traffic and congestion issues and the such. My evidence, I guess, is the standard use of the Village of Wheeling. Is that something that can be pulled up? I know it was up at the last meeting. Yeah, beautiful. Okay. Let's go back one, and then I'll come back up to that. Thank you. And I'll try to keep this within 5 minutes. Everyone can see this now. I won't read it, but I think this is a brilliant mission statement, if you will. And it's very well done, and it's very good public policy. And I hope that you keep in mind tonight, as various speakers come up, that we should honor this statement. And it's even better because it is followed by 6 special use standards against which my understanding is this proposed development, as other developments, must be measured. So I'd like to focus on 3 of those 6 standards. So if you could flip one. Okay, so first of all, standard number 1, the special use is necessary for the public convenience at that location. It is a belief of mine and others that this is not necessary for public convenience, and let me explain why. If we look at the components of this development, there's a convenience store proposed here. There is an existing convenience store for many, many years, 1 block away. There's a liquor store proposed at this site. There's a liquor store also 1 block away. There's fast food proposed here. There are some fast food options a block away, and then quite a few within a mile of this location, so there's no shortage of that. Obviously, there's a gas station being proposed here. My position is gas station is not needed here. There are many gas station options along Dundee Road, on Milwaukee Road, Palatine Road, and Rand Road. I've lived within a quarter mile of this location for 25 years now. Never had a lack of a place to buy gas. There was a previous gas station on this location, as everyone is aware. It had minimal traffic and ultimately failed due to lack of volume. The only other item component of this development I didn't discuss is a car wash, which again, even tonight we had a proposal for another car wash, and there's many along Dundee Road, so there's plenty of those options. My long-winded point is this special use is not necessary for the public convenience at this location because all of these options are covered within this range. Moving on to point number 2, the special use will not alter the essential character of the locality in which it is to be located. This development absolutely would change the essential character of this locality. Stepping back from the specifics of just this locality, the Hintz Road corridor is primarily residential from Rand Road in the west to Wheeling Road in the east, and that's a stretch of almost 4 miles. There are a couple small retail areas at the intersections of Windsor and Elmhurst, but otherwise it's entirely residential. More specifically, the proposed development site is exclusively within residential on all 4 sides. And this developer petitioner does not have another development where there's residential on all 4 sides. Furthermore, a 3-acre truck stop, which is how this is going to be classified, is going to have gambling, it's going to have liquor sales, it's going to have a car wash, which won't be quiet, it's going to have bright lighting, and it's going to have 24/7 activity, okay? That would absolutely alter and diminish the character of this locality. There's no doubt about that. None of those features I just listed exist at that spot today. The folks here, we in attendance are the locality, and we strongly believe that the character of the neighborhood will not only be materially altered, but diminished. Last point, I'm going to skip ahead to item number 4. I won't go through the whole statement. It's up there. But I want to focus on the last component of that, which is that the adjacent land and buildings will not be impaired, or the value thereof will not be impaired. The surrounding areas are 100% residential, as I had said, and mostly highly valued properties, whether it be single-family homes or nice apartments. It is very logical to believe the introduction of a new development consisting, again, of a truck stop with gambling, with liquor, with loud car wash, bright lighting, and 24/7 activity will absolutely impair the value of the surrounding real estate. And I will ask, and others can respond, is there a study that proves otherwise? I have read through the staff comments on this item, and as well as the petitioners. There's been no evidence that I'm aware of where that item has been disputed. So I'm open to that. And I would say this is rhetorical. If the village believes that values won't be diminished, are you willing to prepare a guarantee that our values won't be diminished? That's rhetorical. I'm not asking for that today, but you should think about that. If you're convinced that it won't impair the value, I'll take a guarantee. Thank you.
We else have evidence? Anyone else? All right, come on up.
Hi, it's Felicia Rockefeller, 18 East Burr Oak. I did a little bit of research comparing existing sites for gas and wash to our neighborhood, our environment, and I think that one of the biggest challenges we have with saying that this is not altering the environment, our neighborhoods, is that the density of population per square mile in Arlington Heights, Wheeling, Buffalo Grove, Palatine, all are 4,500 per square mile or more. There is only one facility in the other gas and wash locations that's been used as a comparative site that approaches that. It actually exceeds it. It's Marionette Park that has 5,250 residents per square mile in their density. However, the size of Marionette, the entire Marionette, is 0.4 square miles compared to the smallest of the other sites is 8.7 square miles. Very disproportionate as far as the density of the sites, minimally 25% higher in our area. And I think that one of the biggest concerns people have isn't that the facility is not well planned out, it's that where the facility is being placed is in a residential area. For example, with the special rule, point number 4, it indicates that the height of the buildings and the property will not affect the local, be within, certain restrictions for height. And while the taller canopy or the shorter canopy for the front of the facility, the property, is going to be at 10 feet of height, the rear one is at 17 feet. And that is going to be higher than the second story of the residences that are located behind that on the north end of the property. There's also a problem with the, as a previous person mentioned, there's been no study done about the property's value. And everything, all the research, including the scholarly documents that I've found where studies have been done on the impact of gas stations by residents, they indicate the closer to the property that the gas station is located, the lower the value of the property. It also says that it increases the due diligence with the age of the property for the homeowner to demonstrate that there hasn't been leakage or any other environmental impact from the location. And while one could make the argument that this site was previously a gas station, it has not been a gas station for at least a decade, if not longer. And we're talking a significantly larger facility here than what was there when it was the old Clark station. I have some points about the traffic study that concerned me. One is that the study was only looking in the immediate area, not the feeder areas that are going to, where the traffic is potentially going to be changed. It also states in the traffic study that it was done assuming, or with the assumption that there was going to be 2 diesel lanes, and I believe the current design of the property has 3 diesel, not 2. There's also a statement that there will be no commercial or articulated vehicle parking. However, in order to get the designation for truck stop to be allowed to have gambling without a liquor license, it does require that there is parking for commercial vehicles. There's a lot of language in it, farm vehicles and commercial vehicles, but I don't believe that, that we're going to be able to meet that. Another point is that there's a statement that there'll be no customer parking, no overnight customer parking. We had some questions in our last meeting. I don't think we got an answer yet about what the definition of overnight parking is. But just logically, if you have a facility that's open 24 hours with the expectation that people are going to park their vehicle, go in to gamble, go in to purchase from the convenience facility, there has to be parking for the hours that those commercial properties are available. And then the last point that I had was, actually, that covered all my points.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, who's next?
Hi, my name is Anne Marie Lundstrom. I live at 2644 North Waterman, Arlington Heights. At the last meeting, I asked the architect if Gas and Wash had any other facilities that had 4 sides residential. And the architect said he did. He couldn't enlarge the plan that he had. So I enlarged it. And there are no Gas and Washes that have 4 sides residential. Now they have empty lots that might be geared as being residential, but they are not residential now. So that's a completely different situation than what we have. We are 4 sides residential right now. Also, he said that Gas and Wash was family-owned business. This information I'm presenting says it's owned by a corporation named Bow River Capital out of Denver, Colorado, also partnering with Freedom 3 and the McNerney family. With the Freedom of Information Act, I have been able to see all the donations that Gas and Wash has given to Tinley Park's mayor, as well as some of the Tinley Park trustees. This seems like a conflict of interest to me. Now, Tinley Park will have 3 Gas and Wash trusts. Is this going to happen in Wheeling too? The donations to the mayor of Tinley Park are up to $31,000. The McNerney family filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy in 2010. I believe it was called Gas City then, and it was listed in the McNerney family name. I certainly hope that Wheeling doesn't turn into a Tinley Park. Thank you. I appreciate you listening to us. I was an elected official also, so I know it's a thankless job. So thank you.
Yes, that's fine. Thank you. Is it each? Okay.
My name is Karen Doran. I live at 1533 East Fleming Drive North in Arlington Heights. And before I get started, I wanted to say that our community is unique in such that we are all integrated with our school districts. So my husband and my 22 second installment property tax bill, 45.37% of our property taxes go to the Community Consolidated School District in Wheeling, because the Riley Elementary School is in a school district in Wheeling, but it is in our neighborhood. And 23.02% of our taxes go to the Township High School District 214, which again includes Wheeling. So I just ask that if you, in that consideration, that our Arlington Heights comments would be considered just as meaningful as Wheeling, since Wheeling property is on two sides of the Gas and Wash proposed site and Arlington Heights on the other. The documents that I had, I won't go into them too much, but the facts about benzene, just saying the air around hazardous waste sites or gas stations contain higher levels of benzene than in other areas. It goes on to say how it works, and this is from the CDC, long-term effects of exposure to benzene. And again, I won't get into all of the details because, it's kind of repetitive, because I know someone else has better documents than myself. Going on then throughout my presentation, my husband and I did drive to all the current gas stations in Wheeling. We went to the Shell on 1048 South Milwaukee Avenue, which I do have that paper in here, which is right near the Chicago Executive Airport. That one was open 24 hours. It had a convenience store, 8 gas pumps, 2 diesel pumps. I counted about 13 parking spots. There was no liquor, no video gaming terminals, and no residential on any side. The BP at 11 East Dundee Road at Wolf Road, their hours of operation were 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. I counted 5 pumps. Their car wash was next to a cemetery. The Arco at 775 West Dundee, the corner at Elmhurst Road, had varying hours, Monday through Thursday, 5 a.m. to 11 p.m., Friday and Saturday, 5 a.m. to midnight, Sunday, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. with 6 pumps. Exxon at 14 North Elmhurst Road at Dundee Road, 24 hours, 7-Eleven. He was a very nice gentleman when I entered there, and he asked if I could help him. I said, "Oh, do you sell liquor?" He says, "No, I don't." He had 4 pumps. The Casey's, the new one there at 1515 East Lake Cook Road at Wyland, is open 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. 8 pumps, 10 parking spots for their convenience store. Their express wash is next to a Walmart. The proposed gas and wash truck stop, again, surrounded by residential on all sides, 24 hours. I'm guessing at least 10 pumps from what I'm hearing. Convenience store with liquor sales until 2 a.m., 2 restaurants with drive-through, a conveyor, car wash. Again, asking why we're putting a truck stop in a residential area. The next map I had on here was just showing the little red dots of where those gas stations are, really not in a residential area surrounded by 4 sides of homes. Also went to the website here for Mallard Lake Apartments. Those are the apartments that have 481 units that are butting up to 2 sides of the proposed site, not even separated by a street, just parking lot to parking lot. Their advertisement here is stating that a peaceful suburban experience. The picturesque neighborhood embellished with a profusion of flowers, plants, trees, enhancing its overall charm. Again, they have a lake within the Mallard Lake. We have our wetlands just across the road at Buffalo Grove Road. Today when I was coming, I saw the baseball players playing on the field. Through the wetlands, you can see the tip of that corner. Also, it says about Mallard Lake, the peaceful, friendly community. And again, I don't believe it'll be peaceful and picturesque any longer. The next paper I had here was just a Google site of the gas and wash that was up in Green Oaks. Again, stating that the family-owned one-stop shop for fuel, convenience, and car wash. The centers are open 24/7, 365 days a year, with extended car wash hours, Towards the back where I had my highlights, diesel lanes, unlimited wash club, free vacuums. That one had a beer cave, wine and liquor. Again, coming soon there, 24-hour video gaming. I know that's not a topic but it seems to be inevitable. That's what's going to happen to us. Another thing that we did find on the website, looking up Gas and Wash, it says, home of the clean car and fleets too. Have a fleet that you need to keep clean? We offer fleet discounts for companies and professional drivers. At the end then it says, fleet memberships are applicable to all our 20-plus locations. My concern is, are they going to start soliciting to get, fleets to come to get their cars washed, getting more traffic, more semis, more who knows what, to come through, run those conveyors of the car wash, to again, decrease the amenities of our town. Also put in here the article we had found, the Oswego Village Board. Not sure what happened with their meeting yesterday, but it said in there, an article from a few times ago, some residents of the subdivision there objected to the proposal based on concerns about noise, traffic, lights, and pollution from the operation of the proposed car wash. Their plan commission voted 6-3, recommending the proposal be denied. One interesting point on there, the lot would consist of 5.62 acres at the southwest corner of the side for the proposed gas station, convenience store, and car wash. I believe that the lot we have is only about 4 acres. So they denied it based on even the fact of a bigger acre, and again, not surrounded by residential homes. I have a map again here, but it shows the residences. A little bit blurry, I'm sorry about that, but it's showing that, there are really no businesses in our area. And the last picture that I had was the Mallard Lake Apartments, 2 to 3 stories. When they say now I have learned where they say the venting of the benzene. I learned about this from hearing from others, that there's these pipes that can be on the side of the building and they can stand like 12 feet tall, and that's where this venting comes. So again, we used to have maybe 2 pumps at the gas station that was there many years ago. It's increasing that by 5 times. So all this, even if they say they won't sell a lot of gas, it's still going to vent, and it's going to release into the air. And again, that an 8-foot fence is not going to stop the wind from blowing it this way and that way. So it doesn't really matter where you're at. The wind can come from the east, different directions. It's going to affect different people. The lights, they're going to shine above an 8-foot fence. Who will ever get rest 24/7? It's 365 days a year. And again, those are my concerns, and I thank you for your consideration.
Larry Ponzi, Wheeling.
Sorry,
What?
could you say, we couldn't hear that.
Larry Ponzi.
Okay, and could you lift the microphone up?
My name is Larry Ponzi. I live on Longtree in Wheeling. Or maybe I should say Kingsport, right?
Yeah, you're going to have to really
I'm
speak in there and
sorry.
speak up.
I'm sorry. Okay, here I go. It's like a stadium sound. Over 40 years of living in Wheeling, my wife and I have seen amazing progress in all parts of town. Huge chunks of Wheeling have been transformed, and it's amazing. Every night I watch the news and I see Wheeling listed in the weather report, and I feel like, yeah, we're on the map. All of this is for the benefit of the residents. You should all be very proud. I'm concerned about Gas and Wash. Gas and Wash is inconsistent with our last 40 years here. And if you want, you can follow along. I gave you the handouts. I'm sorry, I mentioned. There's pages you can look at if you'd like. It's entitled environmental and public health impact of proposed large gas dispensing facility. Okay, the page 1. With enough gas pumps to serve 14 cars, diesel pumps to service 6 diesel vehicles, and tanks that total 54,000 gallons, the proposed Wheeling Gas and Wash is considered a large gas dispensing facility. On page 2. What you see there, this is just a little bit of background information. This is an MSDS, I'm sorry, they don't call them MSDS anymore. That's old school. They call them SDS, safety data sheets. Safety data sheets are basically the currency throughout the entire industry. Tracking, shipping, handling, storing, documenting, and training to be aware of hazardous chemicals is serious business. Safety data sheets are used across the country in every industry in the U.S., including gasoline. Companies by law must maintain SDS file, including SDS notebooks that are accessible to employees as they work. Benzene in the CASRN classification on SDS sheets are listed as 71-43-2 and reads, is a known carcinogen. If you Google CASRN space 71-43-2, it'll come right up. EPA is a known carcinogen in the smaller print. Page 3. There are numerous health hazards of toxic chemicals in gasoline. California Air Resource Board says that gas is a complex mixture of ingredients. The 4 most toxic are benzene, toluene, ethylene benzene, and xylenes. They are so notorious they have their own acronym, BTEX. Benzene is the most toxic. Exposure to toxic air contaminants may lead to the following health issues: increased cancer risk, hematological disorders, reproductive or development issues, kidney problems, and issues with nervous system and respiratory or endocrine systems. Page 4. Benzene is a well-established cause of cancer in humans. Benzene is in gas is up to 5% by weight. The EPA, NIH, CDC, OSHA, NIOSH, World Health Organization, and American Cancer Society all weigh in on benzene. Increased risk of childhood leukemia was found with residential addresses near gas stations. The International Agency for Research in Cancer says it causes acute myeloid leukemia. There's a typical lag between exposure and illness. On May 10th, 2024, just last month, Mobil Exxon was hit with a $725 million verdict for failure to warn about the known health risks of exposure to cancer-causing benzene. The jury reached a 10-2 verdict for Paul Gill of New York. His exposure to benzene was responsible for his acute myeloid leukemia diagnosis. Over 7 days of trial, attorneys presented evidence that ExxonMobil concealed evidence about benzene's danger that would have spurred businesses to use vapor recovery systems. An ExxonMobil representative testified the company had been aware of benzene's danger since 1950. According to the National Institute of Health, there is no safe level of exposure to benzene. On page 5, you'll see a typical rendering of a gas facility surrounded by some of the different things that it can affect. Gas stations can release volatile organic compounds that are hazardous air pollutants to the atmosphere. Gas stations can also potentially contaminate the soil, aquifers, surface water with hazardous chemicals. Page 6. Gas station emissions sources. In addition to car and truck exhaust, when people think of vehicle emissions, they think exhaust from combustion. Gasoline can enter the air through a number of ways when it comes to at a gas station. Loading, breathing of tanks, fueling into vehicles, spillage of gas onto pavement, and hose permeation. Oddly, diesel has few or no evaporative issues, not in vehicle or underground tanks. Raw gasoline evaporates. It's very volatile, has a high pressure value, high vapor pressure. It wants to escape into the air. Gas will evaporate, creating a vapor that builds up in your car's tank and the underground tank at the gas station. Vapor pressure is what impacts tanks, tanker truck, and underground tanks and car tanks. The tanker truck driver fills the underground tank and exchanges gas for vapor, taking the vapor away. This is called stage 1 vapor recovery. Old tankers don't do this. Cars made since 2000 have an onboard vapor recovery system known as ORVR. As you fill your tank, your car collects gas vapor, and then it burns as you drive. This replaced the old clunky gas pump hoses that we saw a few years ago. I just went through all that to contrast the efforts of vapor containment of cars, of tankers, and cars, and what goes on with underground tanks. Breathing. Underground tanks breathe. They breathe through vents to the atmosphere. You can see the pipes at the gas station where the tanker does its filling. Gas vapor pressure is continuously increasing in tanks, adding vapor and pressure to escape. Underground tanks depend on you filling your car to reduce vapor pressure buildup. That's not a problem. The problem is when very few or no cars fill up for a period of time, the pressure can build up, and raw gas vapor will be vented into the air. This is a risk. There's a technology that addresses this risk. It's called Stage 1 Enhanced Vapor Recovery. Underground tank vapor recovery protects the air by redirecting gas vapors back into the tank while discharging clean air to the atmosphere through the tank vent pipes. We should know what system Gas and Wash intends to use. Will they depend solely on the pressure valves and customer filling their tanks to prevent gas vapor venting? Or because Gas and Wash wants to be good neighbors, they will use enhanced vapor recovery system to protect the neighborhood? Or will they? There is information in your folder regarding a company, one of two that I found, a company called Arid Technologies. They supply EVR systems to a very large, I'm not allowed to use their name, but they supply EVR systems to a very large nationwide wholesale club store that has its own gas pumps. They are very common in the surrounding suburbs here. One of them has a store in Mount Prospect next to Home Depot. Also in your packet, you'll see, oh, I'm sorry, I have more stuff here. Also, so I contacted a wide variety of people. I called the Washington because the western states are more progressive, and the EPA basically was founded in California in going back as far as 1950. I called the West Coast EPAs. I talked to Washington State, Oregon, California, and spoke to the two EPA employees within District 5 here in Chicago for the US EPA. And I spoke to the Illinois EPA. I contacted, and through the literature, I found some people who really knew a lot about EVR. I spoke to a fellow, Ted Taberry, who owns Arid Technologies, and he educated me on how their system works and where some of their, and if you look at their website, there's a ton of information. And in your packet, you'll see one of their systems. It's basically a stainless steel box that sits next to where the vent goes, and it connects to the vent. So the concern here is, let's see. Since the proposed, I was exchanging a few emails with Ted. And he said, something you might propose is to ask the village to require Gas and Wash to install a pressure monitoring system on the fuel storage tank vent lines. Such a system would include a data logger, remote internet connection, in order to continuously monitor the combined pressure of the storage tank. This pressure profile data can be used to calculate both a fuel evaporation rate and a vapor leak rate. If a mass emissions exceeds levels above, then the owner must act on vapor processor to mitigate the emissions. After a full year incorporating seasonal effects of winter grade and summer grade fuel, you would have an accurate representation of the system dynamics. And after a few weeks, you would also learn a lot about relative rates. If the mass emissions are below the thresholds, then everyone can be relieved that the vent and/or fugitive emissions are not excessive. And basically what he was suggesting was there are systems available. He sells it, other competitors sell it. You can include a monitoring system on that tank. And like I said a minute ago, the tanker truck delivering gas to a gas station, that's a closed loop. The tank takes the vapor away that's built up, or if there's any vapor. As they're filling the tank, they're pulling out the vapor, so it doesn't get into the environment. Your car does the same thing when you're pumping the gas into the tank. The only joker in the deck right now is the big tank as it's sitting there. If it sits there for a prolonged time, it builds up pressure, and then if the pressure gets high enough, it pops the pressure vacuum valves, and raw gas goes out into the environment. And when you consider that we have residential on all four sides, I don't think that's a good risk. On page 7, EPA uses a standard risk process that determines the health risk of an environmental hazardous pollutant to the public. It has a 4-step process. Number 1, the hazard is identified, such as health problems caused by a pollutant. 2, dose. Health problems at different exposures. 3, exposure. How much of the pollutant do people inhale in a specific time period, and how many people are exposed? Risk characterization. What is the extra risk of health problems in the exposed population? Children are especially at risk because they are growing and are more vulnerable to chemical exposure. I found more information, but I didn't have time to really consolidate it. But one of the things I noticed when doing a deep dive into data on hazardous stuff around gas stations, one of the unfortunate ways that they actually track this stuff is how many people are getting sick and how many people are dying around gas stations versus places that don't have benzene and the other 150 toxic chemicals that are in gasoline. Page 8, residential property to gas stations. There are many studies published regarding the hazards of proximity of gas stations to homes. Page 9. Living near a gas station dispensing facility, a large gas dispensing facility may increase the concentration and exposure to benzene, the risk of cancer, and other hazardous chemicals. Living near a gas dispensing facility may increase the concentration and exposure to benzene, risk of cancer, and other hazardous chemicals, health hazards. One is runoff into storm sewers, and that goes to surface water. One is runoff to groundwater, possibly drinking water. The other one is emissions and vapors into the air. And by the way, I found something that was, in all of this, it's kind of confusing because most people think of diesel as nasty and dirty. Well, the fuel itself is actually far less volatile. There are no vapor issues with diesel. You put it in a tank and it sits there. You can vent it, and chances are it's not going to escape because it's not nearly as volatile. Gasoline's completely opposite direction. You've spilled some gasoline on your lawnmower, it's gone in a few minutes. Page 10, gas station setback from residential area. The Illinois EPA has no regulations for distances of fueling stations to residences. This was a surprise to me. Known as setback. Illinois EPA leaves it up to Illinois towns to create their own rules. That means Wheeling can dictate their own setbacks. California has regulations, 300 feet. 300 feet comes up frequently in the literature. Carmel, Indiana, not too long ago, has adopted a distance of 500 feet. There are setbacks all over the country to protect churches, daycares, schools, and other gathering places. Studies often recommend distance of 300 feet from a source of gas. Columbia University PhD professor Marcus Hilbert said, "We found evidence that more benzene is released by gas stations than previously thought. In addition, even during a relatively short period, we saw a number of instances in which people could be exposed to the chemical at locations beyond the setback distance of 300 feet. On the gas and wash site plan, they have located the vent from their underground tank in one of their the corners of their canopy in one of their support columns. In two directions, it looks like 300 feet is okay. To the north, Mallard Lake is 545 feet from that vent. From Mallard Lake on the east side, it's 425 feet. From Brook Run, it's 180 feet. And from Arlington, the Arlington house is across Hintz, it's 200 feet. In your package, I'm not sure if it's in this, which set it's in, but I used a combination of old school and new school to come up with this map. I used the gas and wash CAD drawing of the layout, and then used Google Satellite View to do some measuring. And you'll see that if you take a compass and scribe it, there's interferences. With 300 feet, you got a 120-foot interference with the Arlington homes. And I'm sorry, with the Brook Run, it's 100, anyway, and 105 with the Arlington homes. In conclusion, you, the Wheeling Planning Commission, have an opportunity to stop this gas station. Vote no. This belongs on an interstate, not the village of Wheeling. You have the opportunity to prevent future consequences, especially the ones unforeseen today. As we know in the past, across the U.S., here in the Chicago area, mistakes have been made in a wide variety of risks to the public and those who are paying for it. Why take the chance? Why approve it? To get rid of a so-called eyesore? To avoid the village spending to test and see how much contamination is in the ground? To avoid buying the property? To fill a so-called gap that doesn't need filling? Is this truly replacing what was there before? Do we really need another 7-Eleven, which is only a block away? Does Wheeling really need another car wash? We already have enough liquor, certainly have enough video gaming. To date, Gas and Watch has not felt their project was ever in jeopardy. They've only received guidance to help them contour their product to this site. They have been helped to meet technical requirements, not the greatest risks to the residents. If you are determined to force this source of gasoline vapors, diesel, and gas emissions on this neighborhood, the least you can do is use the latest and most aggressive methods to minimize gas vapors and all the risk in our community. And by the way, I didn't say it because I must have not put it in my, oh, wait. This Ted Taberry is a wealth of information. He said that there is going to be, one of the things I didn't explain because you didn't want to do a master class on this. We're considered in a non-attainment area. Non-attainment basically is EPA lingo for an area that has lots of air pollution, and they really don't want more. So whatever they do, they try to clamp down on the environment as much as they can. So right now, there are neighborhoods in the Chicago area that are equal to California. And California went crazy with stuff back in the 50s and 60s to try to cure their smog. Their research goes back to the 50s. And that's pretty much where the EPA started. They got their head start with California. In fact, I was going to get into diesel, that some of the numbers that have been claimed about diesel, like the 85% level that we're at right now. Well, I may as well say it. We're at 85% right now, and the projection, the Gas and Wash folks said, with the article that they referenced, I'm forgetting the name of the article, but you can look in the video from last time. A couple of things get in the way of the 5-year plan to get diesel, clean diesel to zero, or to get 100%. One is old trucks. Old trucks don't have the diesel emission controls, and who knows how long they're going to last. We've all seen beaters running around that should have been dead, 50 years ago. And also, one of the big ones is, the one that I never expected, is tampering. Tampering is big. The EPA has a whole group dedicated to squelching tampering. There are as of in the 2009 to 2020 time period, over 550 small trucks, diesel, with the emission controls were, they called defeated. They were tampered with, they were removed. So they basically took their emissions back to 1990 or 1985. And that represents, in clean truck numbers, that's over 9 million trucks on the road. One tampered with diesel truck is equal to 300 non-tampered diesel trucks. And I could go on, but I won't. Thank you.
Whoever's next.
Good evening. My name is Martin Rouse. I've been a Wheeling resident since June of 1984. I currently live at 626 Ivy Court in Lakeside Village Subdivision. I've lived there since 1986. I'm also familiar with the businesses that used to inhabit the vacant property in question right now, and I'd like to offer what I think is historical firsthand evidence as to what used to be there and was probably not objectionable to anybody in either Wheeling, Buffalo Grove, or Arlington Heights, because at that time there was the intersection of Buffalo Grove Road and Hintz Road was a T-junction, likewise with Windsor Drive, and all three roads were two-lane, more or less secondary rural-type thoroughfares. The property in question had what I would call a village square, 60s-style shopping plaza. There was a Butera grocery store, a Rexall pharmacy, the laundromat, and then there was a Mexican restaurant, kind of a poor quality Mexican restaurant, and they had health code violation problems. But I was familiar with that back in 1983, and of course, living in the area, commuting back and forth, I kind of knew what was in there. That property was viable up until they rerouted Windsor Drive and Buffalo Grove, so that there was a through intersection about a quarter mile west. Now you no longer had a good location for retail. And then the other problem is further north, the best location for grocery stores, pharmacies, and whatnot is the corner of Buffalo Grove and Dundee Road. Bottom line is those headwinds, those challenges that caused those businesses to abandon that location are the same that are going to face any kind of commercial venture, including this gas station. Where's the business going to come from? Certainly not from anybody within a half-mile radius of there. And that includes Wheeling residents, such as myself, as well as the people south of Hintz Road and east of Waterman Drive, who probably have objections being alongside those of Arlington Heights residents that live nearby. And so I would venture that within 5 years, that business will be a failure, it will be abandoned, but now you'll have a cleanup issue, as this gentleman said. Removing all those tanks is a hazmat problem. You'll have ground soil contamination problems, and for what you might stand to gain in permitting, licensing, and inspection fees, you may end up losing in the costs of hazard mitigation, plus you'll have a blighted residential real estate issue on your hands, because property values will go down to the point that people will no longer be able to sell their homes to people who might pay property taxes, and that could hurt the village of Wheeling in terms of its share of property taxes collected by Cook County on behalf of Wheeling Township and the various villages. That's all I have to say. Hopefully the fact that I didn't have a lengthy report or anything doesn't bother you too much. But I would say that the kinds of businesses that would be suitable, that wouldn't object, are the kinds of businesses that existed there in 1984 and are no longer economically feasible because of the change in traffic patterns. Thank you.
Hello.
My name is Robert Mueller. I live at 2645 North Brindle in Arlington Heights. I just wanted to follow up a little bit on what the previous gentleman just said. He's absolutely correct. Every business that's been in that intersection has failed because of the rerouting of the road. Now, this brings us a certain economic problem that I think that have to face with allowing this facility to be built. And the economic problems are, number one, this company sells its product based on having low cost. But due to the tax differences between Lake County and Cook County, they're already faced with a 10 to 14 cents a gallon disadvantage. The Shell station on Lake Cook Road already has a huge sign up on it that says no Cook County tax. I think they're going to have a hard problem trying to make this facility economically viable. Why would you care? It's their money. You care because, as the gentleman said, that this site has to be remediated once they leave. Therefore, my suggestion would be is that the people of of Wheeling, enforce a escrow account into this company that would pay for that remediation should they abandon the site. We also have another problem. Their plan calls for the trucks to enter their property, their fuel pumps, from Old Buffalo Grove Road. Now, I'm sure some of you must have in the recent past driven on Old Buffalo Grove Road. This piece of street is just so deteriorated it's ready to fall apart. In addition, there's sections of that road that don't have storm drains. That road has to be entirely rebuilt. It has to have storm drains installed in it. Who's going to pay for that? Where's that money going to come from?
Sir, I appreciate your opinions on this, but this is the time to introduce evidence, and we're getting into a lot of thoughts and opinions on your thoughts of the economic viability. So if you have evidence, if not, then we'll take public comment.
I understand that, and I
Yes.
appreciate your system. Unfortunately, I was unable to attend the previous meeting, otherwise I would have been there. But I think these are important pieces of evidence about why this is a bad idea. Thank you very much for listening to me as you did.
Sorry, you can come up, sir. But, sir, if you have additional comments later, you'll be able to give them as well. We're just trying to separate out.
Here's some evidence.
Thank you, sir.
There's 8 copies there. Craig Horowitz, 883 in Buffalo Grove, and similar to a resident who said she contributes to your school system, I contribute to 214 and 21, so maybe while I don't live in Wheeling, I definitely am financially supportive of it. When I heard about this plan, and by the way, I've lived in Buffalo Grove for 30 plus years. I drive by this area on a regular basis. When I heard about this plan about a year ago, I was amazed, though I'm never amazed what villages do to residents, and in this case, neighbors. This is a square peg in a round hole. It's too dense, it's too congested. It lacks of consideration for many residents and definitely many Arlington Heights residents. I was not here on the May 22nd meeting, but I did watch the video. One of the things that KOL stated was they did a 5-year study of crashes along Hintz Road. And they stated that in 5 years, there were about 1 per year. What I passed out to you commissioners is a FOIA that I did via Wheeling and Arlington Heights, 1 mile west of the project on Hintz, 1 mile east of the project on Hintz. And what I found was at least 18 crashes. Now bear in mind that this is 5 months, and bear in mind this is with nothing on the property that you're considering tonight. Therefore, I don't consider KOL's study to be a reasonable forecast of crash activity. The next thing I did was I kind of looked at your B3 code. And I noticed that you have a maximum lot coverage of 35% and a minimum green space coverage of 25%. I wondered if tonight you can prove to the residents in this room that that's being adhered to. I guess that's
We're not answering questions
Good.
right now. The Plan Commission and staff.
Then I looked at your Wheeling Special Use Code. And what I noticed is that one of the phrases in it is one use at one location. If you look at 1750 Hintz, which was previously retail, you're now proposing 2 special uses, gas and a car wash. If you look at 1798 Hintz, which was formerly the gas station, you're now proposing 3 special uses, a C-store, gaming, and a drive-through. I don't see anything in your staff documents of a request for variances. Am I correct on this?
Again, we'll address those later.
I oppose this project for so many reasons, and there'll be more reasons tonight that you'll hear, but I'm curious about your adherence to your municipal code. Thank you.
Anyone else with evidence? All right.
Evidence. We'll still have time for public comment, but just make sure. Want to take a break?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll take a 5
5 minutes.
5-minute break, recess. Do you want to make a motion to recess?
Yes.
So moved. Motion to recess.
We have a motion to recess.
Yes.
Second?
Second.
Okay.
That's mine. You want extra water?
We are back in session now. Please take your seats, quiet down. Valerie.
Okay, everybody, hi, we're back in, the meeting is back in session. Please have a seat. Okay, so here's the next step. The next step is public comment, period. We have the list of people who signed up to speak, so we're going to be going off that list. If you don't want to speak anymore, that's fine. If you feel that you've either already said what you wanted to say during evidence or questions, or someone else has already raised your concerns, do not feel that you have to continue, or you can stand up and say, I agree with the concerns. We understand the general concerns. We've obviously heard several hours of testimony on them. So we are going to be cognizant of if things are starting to get repetitive. So just please be aware of that. It's fine to come up and say, I had the same concerns raised by my neighbor, so that we know that that is the case. Your time limit to public comment is 5 minutes. I will be monitoring that. And you have one opportunity, each person gets one turn to speak. Once the public comment, and we've gone through everyone, if you weren't on the list and you still wish to speak, then you'd be at the end. Once we go through that, the public participation portion of this public hearing will be over. The petitioner gets the final chance to respond or do a rebuttal, as it's called, to any of the evidence raised or public comment raised. Once they're done with a rebuttal, it will then be the Plan Commission's turn to ask questions. And then ultimately they will deliberate and move on, make any motion if, depending on where we are in the evening tonight. So that's the rest of the proceeding tonight. Obviously, while other people are talking, whether it's your neighbors or other participants, we ask that everyone be quiet, respectful, and the same goes for when it is the petitioner's turn to speak, even if you don't like what they have to say. We appreciate everyone so far and your courtesy and your efficiency and cognizancy of the process. And with that, we will go ahead and go down the list.
All right, first name on the list is Amy Brown. Again, state your name and address for the record.
My name's Amy Brown. I live in the VIP apartments. Do you want me to be more specific?
No.
Okay. I appreciate, am I too loud? Sounds like I'm, okay. I appreciate y'all taking the time to hear what the neighbors have to say tonight, as well as the work that you all do all year long. The mission statement of Wheeling reads, the mission of the Village of Wheeling is to provide public services that support the evolving needs of and improve the overall safety, health, and welfare of our residents and businesses. I'm new to this area. I rented an apartment in Wheeling because I found a nice place that I could afford. I had not realized how much of a diverse community Wheeling is. This cultural diversity is interesting and beautiful, but it also makes it difficult for the community to come together behind a single cause. We don't share a common language. We don't all have the understanding that our voices can be heard and can make a difference. But we do share the common desire to live in and raise our children in a safe, attractive neighborhood. Please do not take advantage of us. Putting in a huge truck stop with all the obvious downsides and no benefits is just going to make it harder for this community to thrive, harder to maintain a population to support our existing shopkeepers, schools, places of worship, community outreach services, and medical resources. I have an engineering degree, and I'm from an upper middle class home. I have a gambling addiction. It's been 560 days since I last visited the slot machines that I love so much in Wheeling. I lost my retirement accounts. I lost my inheritance. By the grace of God, I found my way out, but every day I want to go back in. There are 0 support groups in Wheeling for gambling addicts. I did not find any social services that were available to me. I would think that some of the income that Wheeling derives from the gaming business would be used to alleviate the nightmare that it breeds for people who are trapped. I know that Gas and Wash is aware of this, yet their business model is based on gaming and liquor sales to stay afloat. It is the epitome of corporate greed. I have a CDL. I drive a 40-foot school bus, but I have driven a semi with a Freightliner road tractor and a 50-foot trailer. I wish I could have uploaded annotated diagrams for the presentation for the evidence section, but this kind of snuck up on us. I encourage you, the Plan Commission, as well as the Village Board, to look at an enlarged view of the site plan rather than the tiny drawings on the PDFs. The first page of the truck turning exhibit regards interstate semi-trailers. To negotiate the truck exit, a driver would be scrubbing their tires on the curb in both directions, and when making a right-hand turn, crossing into the oncoming traffic from the north. On entering, a semi loops around the retention pond and tries to maneuver into fueling position number 2. I would say that's pretty near impossible. I would try it if I was practicing with orange cones, but these drivers will be maneuvering around the concrete bollards that are there to protect the diesel pumps. The tolerance tables for length, am I doing okay on time?
Minute 20.
The tolerance tables for length, width, and height for semi, fire truck, and box truck look impressive. I'm curious why they used lock-to-lock time for a complete change of direction instead of how many turns of the steering wheel is required in a way that lay people might understand. I assume deliveries will be made to the back door of the C-store. Coming back around the building, heading south and turning east, again, they will be rubbing their tires on curbs on both sides. To exit the parking lot going west on Hintz, the diagram shows they cannot make the turn within the existing median. There has been commentary about modification to that median, but I didn't find any details. As far as the fire trucks, it will not be me trying to maneuver a $1 or $2 million engine around the property, so I'll leave that to them. Do I still have time? In the presentation, it was noted that the Gas and Wash would only be using a small percentage of the sign area that they are allowed by the ordinance. I assume this percentage was derived from their proposal to use 374 square feet of signage when they are allowed 2,166. They got to this number in one way by putting little to no signage on the east and north sides of the buildings. That makes sense. There will be an 8-foot fence purportedly blocking the view of the signs on those sides. We have all seen other Gas and Wash locations and know that they are nothing but signs. There are signs on the brick pillars, there are signs on the gas pumps, there are signs in the window of the C-store and all over the car wash.
This year, 5 minutes.
Okay.
So I wasn't sure if you heard. I was
Thank
trying to let
God.
you wrap up your sentence.
Do you want to finish the paragraph?
No, that's, no,
Okay.
thank you. Thank you, though.
Next on the list is Nancy Littman.
Hello, my name is Nancy Litwin. I live at 3210 North Falls Drive West in Arlington Heights. That's in Northgate. Is that all? I'm not going to cry. There was an article on the front page of Saturday's Herald talking about the planned gas and wash. The article mentions that critics express concern about increased traffic, unwanted noise and light at night, pollution, and crime. Let's talk about the pollution. The facility will have 9 points with 18 nozzles, 2 of which are dedicated diesel lanes and pumps, but all with 24/7 operation. Gasoline vapor gives off benzene, along with other toxic chemicals. The EPA says that benzene is a known carcinogenic, and the National Institutes of Health, a part of the Department of Health and Human Services, which is the medical research agency making important discoveries that improves health and saves lives, says that it's proven that there are strong associations between exposure to benzene and the development of childhood leukemia. We have a 4-year-old granddaughter who lives walking distance in Wheeling, obviously, lives in Wheeling, walking distance to the gas and wash you are planning. Children live all around her, and they all go out to play. Walk through the neighborhoods, see the children outside playing, riding their scooters, tossing their balls. Please think about them, please. No other gas and wash that has been built is surrounded on all 4 sides with residences. This facility doesn't belong right in the middle of such a densely populated area, especially an area that includes so many young families. I am begging you, for the health of the children and of course for the health and safety of my grandchild, that all live in this neighborhood, find a different location. You wouldn't want to live near a gas and wash. You wouldn't want anyone you love to live near a gas and wash. Please don't make us live near one either. Thank you. And I just want to show you something. This is Saturday's Arlington Heights Herald. This is the front page. On the bottom, it says, hearing set for controversial Wheeling gas station plan. And right above it is an article about a 3-year-old little girl who is suffering from leukemia. She's 3. That's every parent's and every grandparent's nightmare. So please think about it. If these kids are going to be exposed to benzene and other toxic chemicals that come from this facility that's so huge and so close to them, please think about it. Please think about them. Thank you.
Thank you. Larry Ponzi. Forgive me if I'm mispronouncing any names.
No, that's fine. It's with an S, not a Z. No Ponzi's. Of all the articles, to follow up on the previous speaker, of all the articles I've read, multiple EPA offices I've called, what concerns me the most is what shows up in the literature so frequently are environmental illnesses that affect children. If an adult is exposed to a toxin, it takes years, if not decades, of exposure for to develop an illness. Childhood leukemia really scares me. Leukemia happens in childhood. They are so young, which means it didn't take much exposure for them to get sick. Their threshold is low. There are many children living at Mallard Lake and in Brook Run. I was just jotting down some notes that, why are our neighbors here? It's because we're concerned. People on the outside read an article in the Daily Herald, that's NIMBY. You know, they don't want to be near wind turbines, or they don't want solar panels on their house and all that stuff. Because of our history in this country is we trust that our products are safe, our water is safe, our air is safe, because there are people in charge of doing things that keep us safe. You know, the residents at the top of the organizational chart. A cancer cluster was found a few years ago in Crestwood. Officials dug into it, and drinking water is contaminated with dry cleaning fluid. Because, and everybody said, wait, why was that? Because Lake Michigan, they get Lake Michigan water. There's no dry cleaning fluid in Lake Michigan water. Somebody at the village decided they could save money by running the old well water that had dry cleaning fluid in it, which was the reason they switched to Michigan water. They mixed it in, and then there was a cancer cluster in Crestwood. There was a cancer cluster in Willowbrook a few years ago because Sterigenics, their ethylene oxide plant for sterilizing medical products, was exhausting ETO. ETO is one, I have experience with ETO. The company I worked for used to use ETO. 2 years after I joined the company, they stopped doing it and they went to radiation sterilization because it doesn't emit toxins. Sterigenics in Gurnee claims that they recycle their ETO. Well, and then the thing in Willowbrook blew up, where there was a cancer cluster because people within a certain radius were getting cancer. And there's a few other places in the area that I won't name where they actually store the concentrated ETO up in Lake County. On March 7th, 2022, NBC reported a study in Florida, a study by Florida State University and Duke University found childhood lead exposure in children born before 1996 reduced IQ 2.6 points. In people born in the 1960s and 70s, when leaded gas consumption was skyrocketing, the IQ loss was estimated up to 6 points for some, 7 points for others. I'm concerned that we are not at the end of this journey to be safe from hazards of gasoline, but somewhere in the middle where decisions on gas station will have consequences. Thank you.
Thank you.
Leslie Albrecht. Going once. Paul Ferraro. Leslie Albrecht. Paul Ferrero.
I can't hear you.
Paul Ferrero. Okay. Barbara Kimikata. Denise Whitefield. Feel like I'm in the wrong class. Brian Manning. There's a familiar name.
I had forgotten to sign up tonight, or I wasn't aware, so that's probably from last
This is
meeting.
from last
That's
time,
right.
right.
Speaking of last meeting, I'll keep this real quick. I couldn't stay to the end, so I watched the video about a week ago. And towards the end, there's a mention of a topic of remediation, and I had just a couple of questions on that topic. I did try to resolve for this meeting, but let me raise them here.
Talk into the microphone.
I'm sorry. The topic of remediation came up towards the tail end of the last meeting, and it just raised a couple questions in my mind. I know question period is over. No one has to answer them, but I'm going to ask them just because I think these are questions and answers the public should know. So on the existing site, historically, there was a dry cleaners, my understanding, and certainly a gas station. My questions are, has any remediation been completed for either of those or both? And what was the cost associated with that remediation, if it was done? I don't know if it was. And then what remediation remains to be done, just in general, and how much would that cost?
Thank you.
Stuart Schulman. Stuart Schulman. Kyla Hummel. Barbara Smith. Alicia Smith.
She's not here.
Janice Goldman.
Okay. She
Come
said
on.
she's going to pass. She said she's going to pass.
Oh, she's going to pass?
Yep.
That was Janice?
Yes.
Okay. Anne Marie.
Lundstrom.
No? Looks like it starts with an L.
Nat Lundstrom?
Oh, Lundstrom, okay.
Yeah.
I thought you said Armstrong.
Anne
Okay.
Marie
Spell
Lundstrom
that for
again,
the-
2644 North Waterman. I'd just like to say that I do live in Arlington Heights. However, my kids have all gone to Wheeling High School. I've been very active in Wheeling High School and very proud of Wheeling because you've really done a good job. I mean, we go to restaurants all the time in Wheeling, and I was very happy that my kids were living in Wheeling and raising their kids in Wheeling. I'm very disappointed in this gas and wash. I think you have to look at it and realize that if you lived anywhere near it, you wouldn't want to have it either. I'm very disappointed, and I hope that you will take into consideration that most of us will not get our gas at Gas and Wash.
We have Robert Den something, 2704 Elm Lane. Nope. Faith Schwartz? Martin Rouse, R-O-U-S-E?
I kind of already spoke, but I would just like to make the comment that my concerns are in line with those of the people who've spoken from Arlington Heights and possibly Buffalo Grove Road. I live in that area, and I can't really add any more to what you've already heard in terms of commentary there. So all I will say is if what I considered evidence before was actually commentary, I apologize for that time, but I didn't think it was.
Nope, you're fine.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. No, it was fine that you did it then. We understood.
Craig Hanwitz?
Did you want to end up speaking, ma'am?
What if I say something again? I would like to speak after all.
Okay.
That was.
What was your name again?
Janice?
Yes. You can, go ahead, come up. We're not going to keep you from speaking, no. Just, you can change your mind, that's okay.
Okay, wasn't sure.
Janice Goldman?
Yes. Yes. I would like to speak on behalf of the safety issues of large trucks and streets in this residential neighborhood. If this 24-hour gas and wash goes in the location, there could be heavy traffic and large trucks driving on Buffalo Grove Road, Hintz Road, and residential neighborhoods. There are many pedestrians and families in the area. Serious accidents could occur as a result of increased traffic from trucks going to and from the liquor store and gas and wash. Large trucks, especially semi-trailer trucks, do not have the ability to quickly come to a stop. They should not be present in residential neighborhoods. I was lucky to survive an accident. I was hit on Willow Road by a semi-trailer truck. My car was totaled. The truck driver could not come to a stop, and he rammed into me. I am worried that if you put this gas and wash in this neighborhood, there could be trucks driving up and down the streets, and they could be distracted, not see the families, children, anybody in the neighborhood. There's a lot of people that go to Camelot Pool, they go to the schools nearby, and there's a lot of activity, a lot of people. If a truck needs to come to a stop, they cannot stop. It's not like a car. I know from firsthand experience, I was driving, minding my own business on Willow Road by Costco. I looked in the rearview mirror and I saw a truck driving right into my car. It was totaled. The only reason that I'm here now is there was a median strip and I was able to pull over to the side and avoid being more seriously hurt. And there were not cars coming at me at that time, otherwise I would have had a head-on collision too. You need to consider this is not the place to put a gas and wash where there are trucks and large vehicles that do not have the ability to come to a stop if they need to stop quickly. Please reconsider and do not put this in a neighborhood where there's children and families and many people that could be potentially injured. Thank you.
All right, we'll try Craig Hanwitz again. Nope. Natalia SMIA.
Smilek. It's Smilek.
Smilek.
Smilek, yes. My name is Natalia Smilek. Do I have to?
Could you spell it?
SMIALEK. I'm a resident of Arlington Heights. Do I have to state my whole address?
No.
Okay. So I'm here today to speak about my concerns about this proposed gas and wash. My biggest concern is, what purpose is there to build another liquor store in a location where there are 4 liquor stores operating within a 2-mile radius? We have Binny's on Rand Road, located approximately 2 miles from the plat of land, D&D Smoke and Spirits on Windsor Drive and Palatine Road, which has opened 1 to 2 years ago, is approximately 1.5 miles away from the plat. BG Liquor on Dundee and Buffalo Grove Road, that is 1 mile away. And last but not least, Hintz Liquor and Wine, that is only 1/3 of a mile away from the plat. Why is there a need to have another liquor store open by one that already exists? I view it as unnecessary for a 5th liquor store to be established in the community. As 4 liquor stores that are very close to each other, it is more than enough. Another point is, as proposed in the last Planning Commission's meeting, it was stated, but correct me if I'm wrong, that the liquor store will have opening hours of 7 a.m. to 2 a.m. Why is there a need for this liquor store to be open for 18 hours straight? Looking at the liquor stores mentioned previously, their hours of operation do not go past midnight. What makes this proposed liquor store to be so special to have such outrageous hours of operation? This would attract more crime to the area and cause disturbance not only to the safety and well-being of our community, but also the quality of life. Speaking of safety, just this past Sunday, my mom and I were woken up by a loud, aggressive banging on our front door at 2:30 in the morning. We assumed that someone was attempting to break in because the unknown person was body slamming the door, rattling the door handle, and also trying to break the door down with their fists. After the police arrived on scene, it appeared that the person was intoxicated and mistaken our house for his own. In conclusion, he was easily let go. This is not an excuse. This leaves us feeling anxious of what might happen in the future. If the same incident could happen, or worse, if an attempted break-in does become successful next time around. This also leaves us questioning if our community is really safe. And with the looks of this proposed gas and wash, that feeling of safety is becoming slim. The incident was recorded on our Ring doorbell camera, and it is a piece of evidence of what more alcohol can bring to our community. If this behavior is already happening in current time, then how are we so sure that the same incident won't happen again in the future, let alone to our residents, especially those who are elderly or even families with children? Now, I am aware that it was said alcohol consumption will be prohibited on site, but what will stop people from consuming on the sidewalks or other public properties? They are free to drink as much as they want once they are off-site. Even with the store being open until 2 a.m., this alone promotes alcohol being sold very late at night, increasing the likelihood of intoxicated persons wandering around the neighborhood and causing similar incidents to the same as my mom and I experienced. According to Illinois law, being intoxicated in public is not a crime. So what is stopping them from disturbing our residents and their peace? According to National Council of Alcoholism and Drunk Dependence, alcohol plays a role in 40% of all violent crimes in the United States. This was just reported back in October 2023. With the high possibility of gambling in the property's future plans, this would only enhance more crime in our area and do more harm than good. In conclusion, it must be considered what the severe consequences another liquor store with this proposed gas and wash can bring. I hope you consider my concerns on this matter from my point of view. Thank you.
Lisa Ponzi.
Pass.
Pass? Okay, Felicia Rockefeller.
She spoke earlier. I think she's left.
She?
Yes, I think she left. I don't see
Susan
her.
O'Grady. Jason Forey. Karen Duran.
My name is Karen Dorn in Arlington Heights. I'm just so moved that a young person would speak up. My personal feelings, I try to be brave when I said my other things. I'm scared too. What will happen to attract people to be in that area late at night? Right now, my neighborhood, I feel very safe in. I don't mind to walk around late at night, outside in my backyard, anything like that. I'm so sorry now. Right now, it's peaceful and quiet. This is why we all love our neighborhood. A big business like Gas and Wash would survive if they do not build on this property. But if they do build the Gas and Wash, life for all of us living nearby will be changed forever. There'll be no going back for us. It could also be a matter of life and death for some of us. I ask that you please consider the well-being of our community. I would be happy to see and look at that vacant land instead of the alternative. So thank you very much.
Gary Doran.
I'm Gary Dorn, and as you might guess, I'm also an Arlington Heights resident. I would like to address the fact that there are a lot of parks very close to where this proposed gas station is going to be at. Kids are going to be walking down the street right where they're going to be pulling out with those trucks. I think that's going to be a definite safety hazard. This truck stop does not really belong in this type of neighborhood. It does not belong in our character of land. Thank you.
Thank you. Marcia Bass.
She's not here.
Raymond Bass.
He's not here.
John Kopke.
I appreciate every
Could
person.
you just state your name again?
Oh,
Just
my
so-
name is John
Thank you.
Kopke.
Thank
I
you.
live in Arlington Heights, but very close to the proposed property. I appreciate everything that you guys have done, and Wheeling is one of my favorite towns. I was a contractor, and everybody I dealt with was excellent, and the people are excellent. And when I spoke last time, I did find out that you gave the variance in 1968. And I was a 1960 child, and I remember the 1960s very well. And a few of you people up there might be the same age as I am. But in 1968, I lived about 3 miles away from here. There was a shopping center that was built, similar to what we're talking about. And it made sense, because at the time, in 1968, most families had one car. They could not afford 2 cars. The father went to work, most mothers were home. I remember the mothers in my neighborhood walking to the grocery store to buy groceries, because that's the only way they could get there. And these stores and the gas station, they opened at sunrise, and at sunset they were closed. And it had a purpose in the town. Well, that was in 1968. The shopping center that I lived by, they're not doing too well, and they're probably closed right now. But this shopping center's not doing well either. I was a contractor, and I wanted to buy a commercial property in early 1990s. And it was pretty close to $1.4 million. Can you imagine 30-some years, they're able to buy a property for the same amount what I was trying to buy in the early 1990s? There's a reason for that. It's a bad location. They paid a fair price. But the property it's not suited for that. It's suited for residential. If it was a townhouse complex, low-rise condominium complex, it would yield a higher price. And the people around here would be happy. And the fact is that we're not upset that it's zoned commercial. It's going to fail. That's really what I think. But if it does fail, if there's something in your power that you can start changing zoning regulations that were put in early 1960s, late 60s, that do not make any sense, is going to make our area better. And that's the whole thing. They just got lucky to find a property so cheap and it's surrounded by homes, and we're upset. It does not suit the community. It did suit the community in 1968. It's not suiting the community anymore. And we got to start getting smart. We did a lot of smart things in 1968, but we did some dumb things too. You know, in 1968, almost everybody smoked, including the mothers when they were pregnant. Can you believe that? And now, we all know mercury is poison. Well, in 1968, we put in a bottle with some other chemicals, and we called it mercurochrome. And we put it on our open wounds. Well, that was stupid. And I don't want to later on think that we're doing something stupid 10 or 20 years from now. And I want you guys to think about that. So what it comes down to, if they do put it in, fine. But I don't want their canopy any higher. I don't want them to put lights on it. Not at night. The people that live close by, they're not going to be able to sleep. It's going to ruin property values. This is it's just not making any sense. And you guys got to think about that. And this is why last time I came up, I was unprepared. I'm thinking, oh, they're looking for a zoning variance. No, you guys aren't. It was already zoned. I didn't do my homework, and I'm sorry. But it's just, this whole thing is just a bad, bad idea.
Not sure about this name. Could be Andre Lucia?
He's not here.
Okay, that makes it easier. Lori Taylor.
Is this, I think this is yours.
I'm short.
Is this yours?
Oh, thanks. Okay, for all you tall people, this goes down. Oh. My name is Lori Taylor, L-A-U-R-I-E, Taylor as in Swift. It hasn't changed since the last meeting. Okay, I've actually put together a little book. I'm going to call it the Book of the Wheeling Agenda Meeting, okay? And I have different chapters in it. We're going to start off with Chapter 1, Illinois Gaming Board. Funny how we're asked not to speak about the gaming by the Plan Commission, yet when you look at the floor plan document that G&W has submitted, a gaming section is noted in the diagram.
We have no control whatsoever over the gaming thing.
I'm leading up to why Gas and Wash would like to come. Do you know that Illinois has the highest number of video gaming terminals in the nation? That was mentioned in an Illinois Gaming Board meeting a week ago. Makes you stop and think of, why do we need to go to Vegas? Since that time, they said, since January, they've collected over $1 billion. In 2023, the tax rate went from 15% to the 35% that goes to the state.
Come July 1st, it's going to go up to 40%. Wheeling has so many gaming terminals, that revenue per site is now dwindling. This is one of the last things that Wheeling really needs. Did you know that Illinois law for a cannabis dispensary says it needs to be at least 1,000 feet away from a school or a church? But for gaming terminals, it needs to be 100 feet. This is something that we, as Illinois people, we ought to know about that, and we ought to go and talk to our state senators and stuff. That's ridiculous. Every business, town, city in Illinois wants a piece of the gaming revenue. It'll take care of everyone's fiscal responsibilities. But what's going to happen to these truck stops when diesel fuel sales start dwindling down because of EVs? That should be happening shortly. The next chapter I have is called Quality of Life. This affects people's environments for miles around. It's sort of scary, especially when we hear all this documentation that's been presented. Why is Wheeling considering putting a massive gas station in a public urban residential setting? Less than half a mile east lies an affordable housing facility just built. Some people who live there suffer from addictions. Gaming is typically done by people who can least afford it. These businesses do studies to determine anticipated revenue in specific areas. This is the first gas and wash that is being built in an urban residential setting. This proposed site is even more objectionable than other sites you're trying to build because there are residents on all four sides, as this has been said numerous times tonight. The most other GN sites, gas and wash sites that you have, abutting residents have homes on only one side. We took pictures, we've been on Google, and it's really easy to research. Wheeling and Arlington Heights have noise ordinances too. These vacuum cleaners over at the gas and wash car wash are going to be in close proximity to residents. Is Gas and Wash asking Wheeling to put aside this ordinance for them? There are still two other sides that are Arlington Heights. Will people, if you read the ordinance, it says that if it's disturbing you, you're supposed to call the police. So are we going to call the Arlington Heights police, and when they don't respond, are we going to call the Wheeling police or vice versa? The next chapter, cleanup of this land. The people ultimately responsible for cleaning the land, this goes back to what that gentleman just said over there, is the previous owners. Why did Wheeling let this property get so blighted? Cleanup costs are typically gotten from super funds and grants. There's no way that the person who owned the gas station previously could have afforded the remediation costs himself. Wheeling could have gone and tried for super funds and grants. This is a question for everybody. What company do you know goes out and purchases land without first having perused any approval to build? Must have felt really comfortable with this purchase to do so. I can't tell you how many times I've heard from people, this is a done deal. I've heard it from gas and wash people. I have heard it from municipal employees. It's unbelievable. I can't tell you how many times I've heard that statement. Yet here we are in front of the Planning Commission, and it hasn't even been voted on yet, but yet it's a done deal. Other than the March and April meeting last year, I don't know of any other public meetings that have been held about this. So how can it be a done deal? Yet I've been trolled, believe it or not. I have been trolled, and I'm sure people in this room are enjoying that fact.
Sorry, that's your 5 minutes.
That's your 5 minutes.
Well, how's this? I'm going to conclude by saying we've spoken at great lengths of how this slam dunk will affect this area. Time will tell if anybody listens or even cares. Who will be building, taking on any kind of short-term and long-term responsibility if this facility gets built? We seem to repeat mistakes, but they don't have to happen. Thank you.
Looks like Lou Gatta, G-A-T-T-A. Jean Boslaw.
Oh, here he comes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I appreciate you calling me up.
Could you spell
I
your
always
name?
have something to say.
Excuse me. Okay, could you just spell your name for the record?
Gatta.
Thank you.
Lewis, Lewis. You know, I was at both meetings now, and I really listened to what everybody has to say. And I come away thinking, would I live in this neighborhood if we had a facility like this? I said, hell no. I said, I put my kids through college here, and they all, through high school, through elementary school, and they all did well. We had a community that everybody was happy in. So I want to say to you, I heard people talk about the dangers of the chemicals. And my area of expertise is chemistry, so I know they were right. They are toxic. You have gambling. Now, I know my kids when they grew up, they'd ride their bikes over to damn gambling casinos because they weren't supposed to. Kids are like that. You know, I heard people talk about the effect of the facility itself on the community. I live 1 block south of where this facility is going to be built, if you approve it. So I just want to say to you, before you make a decision, you ask yourself, would I buy a few blocks from that place? If I was a young couple with 2 kids, would I buy a house in that area? And the answer you'll come up with is, hell no.
Boss Hog?
That's me. My points have been made. I
Okay.
don't think it's necessary to spend more time saying the same thing.
Mike Kaplan.
That's Mike Kaplan, C-A-P-L-A-N, and it's Burning Tree Court. And that's right across the street, a block away. Built my house 42 years ago. And across the street is Wheeling, block down is Buffalo Grove, and I got everybody from Arlington Heights two directions around me also. Now, where do you guys all live? Other than you, that I don't know, you guys all live in Wheeling, okay? Which one of you guys would like to live near this thing? Tell me, which one of you? I know you're not going to answer now, but not one of you would want to live where I built 42 years ago. None of you. None of you would want to be near this thing. Think about it. Better yet, what's in your neighborhood after 9 o'clock at night? You're all in Wheeling, except for you, probably. What happens at 9 o'clock in your neighborhood? Every one of you. Nothing. What are you going to do at 12 o'clock at night if you live there? Yeah, think about it. What happens after 12 o'clock? Nothing good. You're all about my age or a little bit younger. We've all been around. We know what happens after 9, 10, 12 o'clock at night. That's why we live where we live. And I don't see a difference between any one of you in Wheeling or my neighbor, because they're right across the street. I got neighbors that are Wheeling, and a block away is Buffalo Grove. I'm Burning Tree Court. Go take a look on a map. I got you all around. We're all the same. I don't care if you're from Wheeling or where I am. We all live 2 blocks apart. So think about where you'd want to live, and think about all of us that got to face this, a truck stop in our neighborhood, and don't try to sugarcoat that you don't want to talk about gambling, because you can't. But you know what? You can stop it now.
Teresa Lesher.
It's Therese Lescher, Lescher, and I'm in Arlington Heights. And I'm going to try to make it through this without coughing because I'm getting over a cold. I've been dismayed since I recently learned about this truck stop development, and I continue to be amazed the more I learn about this project that the Village of Wheeling is seriously considering going forward with this. This would be the first gas and wash attempt to build one of their huge truck stops completely surrounded by residential housing, and if approved, it will definitely not be their last. This company seems to have a business model of forcing their truck stops into the middle of residential communities against the wishes of its neighbors and completely altering the character of their neighborhoods irregardless of health and safety concerns. I hear a lot of fancy talk, but the bottom line is that residents in these communities do not want these developments in their backyards, as evidenced by the recent Oswego and Tinley Park opposition. Mark my words that if this one gets approved, there will be more popping up in residential areas around Wheeling, so all residential residents should be very concerned. The bottom line is that a 24-hour truck stop is not an appropriate location for this area. This land is surrounded by quality residential homes with families of young children and retired residents who are the most vulnerable to the detrimental health effects of benzene, diesel fumes, and other horrible pollutants that this new development would introduce to this community at an astronomical level. It will invite strangers into our midst, cause additional traffic which the roads already cannot handle, additional traffic accidents, and as a reminder, most accidents do happen close to home, and subject our community to air, noise, and light pollution 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, all year long. After sitting through all 4 hours of the May 22nd meeting and then rewatching parts of it, I was particularly dismayed that the village is claiming that the gaming aspect of this development is not in their purview, which I understand, but therefore they would not be discussing this in their plans. I think it became abundantly clear that Gas and Wash's main interest, even if they are not admitting it in public, is setting this site up with gambling as the main interest for their bottom line. Otherwise, why introduce diesel sales? Therefore, gambling must be taken into account with this planning commission and the village trustees when they are deciding on whether to approve this development. In addition, they are able to circumvent addressing the standard use exemptions related to gambling by taking this out of the discussions, which is not right. The development's assertion that this was only replacing other businesses that were previously there is false. The Tahoe gas station was much smaller, was only open till around 7 each night, except for Saturdays when it closed earlier in the day, and it was not open at all on Sundays. It only had 2 pump areas. I cannot imagine the environmental impact of the additional fumes and vapors that will be released into the air surrounding our homes with the increase of 2 diesel pumps and 5 additional gas pumps. Maybe I missed it, but has an environmental study ever been done and shared with the residents that this will be impacting? How can a decision be made without even considering this? Further, the petitioner, particularly alarming to me is Wheeling's own standard use exemptions have not been met. Both the petition comments and the Planning Commission's comments seem to gloss over all of the important points that the special use exemptions have been put in place to address. This development would absolutely be detrimental to public health, safety, and the general welfare of our community, as pointed out by previous speakers. In addition, it is not necessary for public convenience, special use number 1. It will absolutely alter the character of the locality, special use number 2. The location will not be in harmony with the appropriate and orderly development of the district with regards to streets giving access to it, special use number 3. And it will impair the value of adjacent land and buildings due to the fact that this is a significant deviation than what has been there historically before, special use number 4. It will be laid out in a manner which will cause traffic hazards, special use number 5. And I find it concerning that this is, as per the petitioner's comments, siphoning use from other more appropriate gas station locations and inviting this traffic into our neighborhood. I would like to invite you as a group to come out to the site with some of us and see for yourselves what we all see, that this is not an appropriate location for a 24-hour truck stop with gambling, convenience store, car wash, liquor sales, and 2 fast food restaurants. Please delay making a decision on this project until you visit the site in person and more is known about the environmental issues and health hazard that this would cause to our community. I highly doubt that you personally would want this business in your own neighborhood, so please do not put this in mine. Be a good neighbor and reject this 24-hour truck stop from being built in our neighborhood. And thank you for allowing me to talk.
Thank you. All right, is there a Brian Maloney?
Brian Maloney, M-A-L-O-N-E-Y, Arlington Heights resident. Because there are many areas to consider when unpacking this proposed development, I would like to concentrate on its fundamental aspects and review those aspects in simpler terms. To quote Gas and Wash during last month's planning meeting, this site, and I quote, is going to service the existing traffic in the community already here, end quote. Moreover, the petitioners state in their responses to the standards for special use in the dockets contained in items F through H that, and I quote, this location will provide a convenience to the general public during their daily trips to and from work and on the weekends. Put simply, members of the surrounding community and neighborhoods that immediately border the site are the intended clientele. The intention to incorporate gambling terminals on this site is another aspect of this proposed development that has been made clear. Gaming terminals are present in the current floor layout, and the Gas and Wash development narrative received by the Village of Wheeling in March decidedly states that, and I quote, the convenience store will be open 24 hours, as well as the gaming area. There is no question that incorporating the gaming facilities into the site is the ultimate objective in this proposed development. The petitioners themselves previously stated that gaming is, and I quote, a typical part of our business. It is these two fundamental elements of the development, around-the-clock gambling services and local residents as a target clientele, that makes this proposal so objectionable to me. It is my belief that this proposed development is reckless and dangerous in its introduction of gambling terminals to these neighborhoods, but it is also predatory. This is a corporation with no connection to our community that wants to service our community by operating gambling facilities that cultivate financial loss, legal troubles, and mental health problems associated with addiction. How do these potential outcomes service the existing residents that surround the site? One of the main arguments for gambling is that it generates significant revenue for governments. Is it truly worthwhile and ethical for the Village of Wheeling and the state to enable the extraction of significant revenue from its local residents? It was briefly discussed at the last hearing how gaming is, and I quote, in the purview of the state of Illinois, end quote, and a matter of state laws that supersedes village and local ordinance. Is it for this reason that the intended gaming facilities are glossed over in the special use arguments? The fact of the matter is that these gaming facilities on the site are not abstract or theoretical ideas. They have been clearly integrated into the development plans and are a fundamental aspect of the Gas and Wash Corporation. I understand that the state determines what conditions are met to meet the standards of the Illinois Gaming Act. The issue here is that the Planning Commission can and must take into account the intended gaming facilities when considering whether or not the proposal meets the special use standards. I would like to review the argument the petitioner made in response to whether their special use request for a gas station with convenience store and drive-through restaurant will alter the essential character of the area in which it is to be located. To quote Gas and Wash, the use will not alter the character of the area and that this development and that the architecture will provide quality materials for the convenience store. The high quality of the proposed development reflects historical uses for the property and that previous uses were gas station, liquor store, grocery store, and other services. The use of this development will offer high-quality service and products to the area, end quote. As important as quality materials are, they are not in the same realm of importance and relevance as providing justification for how the convenience store's planned gambling terminals will alter the essential character of the area. Just because gaming is bypassed at the village level and is determined by the state does not mean that it bypasses consideration from the Planning Commission. As I reviewed at the beginning of my speech, gaming is essential to this development and is already designed into the layout of the site. While a convenience store is not new to this site and is fitting with the commercial nature of previous developments, gambling facilities would be a new and hazardous addition to this site and must not be overlooked when it is an established and fundamental aspect of the convenience store being considered for this special use. In the speech, I've spoken about two fundamental aspects of the Gas and Wash development proposal. the local residents as target clientele, and the nonstop access to gambling terminals. While I have concentrated on the issues and dangers surrounding the gaming facilities, I must also mention that it is also disturbing that this hazardous aspect of the proposal is accompanied by more obvious environmental risks inherent to the diesel pumping stations. To summarize, gaming is not just in the purview of the state of Illinois. It should absolutely be in the immediate purview of this planning commission. The Village of Wheeling's motto is revolving around community. And to not consider and combat the harmful repercussions that are essential and inherent with gambling and diesel emissions would mean that the village is instead revolving around an outside corporation's intent to extract revenue from our community. Please look out for the vast amounts of Wheeling residents who surround this site. Thank you.
Ralph Rousseau. Greg Sharon. Greg Sharon. Okay. Janine Cruz. That is the end of our list. Is there anyone else who would like to make a comment?
I guess I signed the wrong thing here.
I must have also.
Yeah.
Ah. And I assume you are Burton.
I am.
Come on up, give us your
Okay,
name and
thank you.
address.
I'm Burton Litwin. I live on 3210 Volz Drive West in Northgate, right across the road for 53 years. It was what we called our starter house, and we're still there because this is a neighborhood we love. And Nancy is my wife. Nancy expressed eloquently and emotionally her concern for our 4-year-old granddaughter and our daughter, who's her mother, who live in Wheeling, short distance from here. We go back and forth all the time. And those interests are paramount, but I have another dimension of concern that's unique to me, and that's, as this gentleman articulated, gambling. I grew up in a house of gamblers. My father, my 2 brothers. That's my entire family. My father would work all week, and then on Saturday, he'd go to the back room in a cigar store on Kedzie Avenue in Chicago and gamble all day. On Sunday, he went to the racetrack. Most of the week, I saw my mother at the kitchen table crying because she didn't have the rent. My oldest brother was an outside salesman. He had to go to the off-track betting every night before he can go home. He started skimming money from his employer. He got caught. I got the call one night. I had to go to 26th in California, bail him out. I went to court with him. He got the plea bargain. And then, fortunately, his wife made him change and join Gamblers Anonymous, saved his life. And I commend Amy because I can identify with her story. I was not smitten, but everyone around me was. My other brother, my middle brother, I call him, he got injured on the railroad, Northwestern Railroad. They made him a conductor. Bad idea. He collected money on the train. And then he'd go in the basement to the Northwestern station and he'd gamble the money. And he missed his trains, he lost his job. So Mom became a widow. I sent her to Florida in a seniors community. I sent my middle brother with her who couldn't work. He was physically disabled, but he could gamble. He wound up, his mom was losing her senses, got her to write checks, took all of her money, all of her retirement, went to the dog tracks. And so I wound up putting her back on Medicaid in a facility here in Chicago. So I know how destructive this is. And to me, I'm listening last time about foot candles of light and about runoff of soap suds, and I'm saying, hell, this is not what it's about. Don't be naive. This is about gambling. This is a casino camouflaged as a gas station. And I know what it can do. And my brother didn't even drive, the middle brother, but he could walk to a place where he can get a scratch-off ticket And I don't know who's going to get up at 2, 3 in the morning and say, I got a craving for a donut or I got to fill my gas tank. No, but they're going to go to the terminals. So I'm saying, you know, please don't do this. I know you're saying it's not your providence, you know, to issue gambling licenses, but you have to give permission to this facility to exist so they can apply for that gambling license. And I'm saying, don't approve it, because I know it's going to wreck people. All the residents around here, people who have this weakness, are going to be in trouble. Thank you.
Rabin?
Yes. I'm short. Jacqueline Rabin. I live in Lakeside Villas for 38 years, which is in Wheeling, Illinois. First, I want to thank all of you for your service to our community. And as elected officials, you are charged with the duty to serve our community. Our community has spoken. Okay, this is just a sampling. Many people probably couldn't make it this evening, but you've heard a lot of comments this evening about this proposed gas and wash. These are valid concerns that you should all take seriously. We're not here spending our time unnecessarily. This is a very important issue to all of us in this community, and I hope that you realize that and you make your decisions based on that. I'm very concerned that we're even here discussing this proposition. Why are we here? It's apparent that this is obviously not a good idea for our community, and it should be rejected in its entirety. And that's really all I have to say, because I agree with everything that has been said.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Is there anybody else? Yeah. Come on up.
My name's Mike Van Zant. I live in Wheeling, Amerdale Court, not far from the proposed site. This is a crazy idea. I'm actually, like the last speaker, surprised we're even here. You guys are all serving the residents of Wheeling. This is not serving the residents of Wheeling at all. It's just crazy to me. It's an outside corporate interest trying to extract money, as the speaker before said, or the speaker before her, and you shouldn't be doing it, period. I don't know what you guys are thinking. I hope you're thinking you're not going to approve it, and I hope you don't. And you've heard the concerns about the pollution, about the gambling, about the traffic, about the trucks, the lights 24 hours a day. People can't keep their shades open at night and get the sunrise in the morning because the lights are on all night. Not a good idea. This is crazy. Don't do it. Thank you.
We'll get to you next. Name and address.
Hi there, Anita Meyer on Waterman Avenue, and have heard so many things, so I'm not going to reiterate things too much that we've heard, but since I wrote it down, and I'm here, and I spent 4 hours at the meeting last time, and I did take time tonight, what the heck. So throughout the last meeting and tonight, there have been so many reasons not to go through with this. And as so many have said, you know, why do it? Yes, it's an eyesore. I've lived there for 20 years. I used to go to Garden Fresh with my kids in their stroller. It was great. But you know what? I'd much rather look at that eyesore when I drive past it than to look at what you're talking about having, the increase in the trucks, the cars, fuel, all those things. At the last meeting, I asked gas and wash 2 times. So what are the hours of the truck fueling area? Never got an answer. I watched the video. I looked at the notes that were posted. So if they can't even answer that simple question, what else are they hiding? That's my question. I would hope that every board member up until this point has seen this site, not just driven past it, but gotten out of your car and walked around. It's awful. The roads suck. Hintz Road, awful. I'm calling the village all the time. Call Cook County. There's potholes. I'm gonna damage my tires. Old Buffalo Grove Road doesn't even have curbs. There's potholes from rocks. How are trucks going to get in and out of this area? I bike around there all the time. I'm concerned if a bike is, someone on a bike or kids are walking there, now we're gonna have trucks come through. I really hope that if you have not been to this area, that you definitely take the time to go there. And as the first speaker pointed out, and she's had a lot of history with driving vehicles, when I looked at this printout, I thought, how the heck is a truck gonna get in there and make that big turn and then pull in? This is all on paper, and she's done it, and I agree. I'm concerned about it. This is 24/7. We're in a residential area, cars coming in and out, speeding, noise, lights, vacuums, 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Who the heck wants to be woken up by hearing vacuums if they're living in these apartments? People hanging out at all hours. Are we gonna have extra funding for police? Because guaranteed, if you have things going on in the middle of the night, there's armed robberies, right? We've had things happen at 7-Eleven. Armed robberies happen during the day as well. But my concern, are we gonna have extra police? Ironically, we talked about the accident report and what was posted. I also agree with the person who also spoke. Those results were not really valid. 2 nights after the meeting here, there was a car accident right at Waterman and Hintz. 3 cars, 2 ambulances have to respond, 4 injuries. I'm concerned for the safety. Why don't we put the money that we have in the village into mental health services for people who are alcoholics, who are gamblers, and let's try and help these people instead of hanging and dangling a carrot in front of them and providing more alcohol. As the young speaker, who was beautiful, spoke about the number of alcohol liquor stores we have. We don't need any more. The bottom line is that they want the trucks there so they can move forward with the state of Illinois for their gambling. And is gambling necessary in this location? No. Is alcohol necessary? No. And we certainly do not need another 24/7 convenience store. So we don't need gas and wash. To the board, you are representing the residents, the village, everyone who lives in this area. And you need to make a decision that is best for our community. And I hope that you've listened to all of us, and please consider what your tax-paying residents are saying and how this will impact the residents in this location. Thank you.
Wendy Hosmer.
You can bring it down.
Wendy Hosmer, 1466 Chippewa Trail in Wheeling, in Malibu Cove, which is right around the corner. I apologize if I'm repetitive at all. As I'm sitting here, I'm typing up things on my phone that I wanted to say. So I grew up in Skokie in the 60s and 70s, and I thought Wheeling was really far away and small. And now I live here, and I own a home here for the past 6 years, yesterday. I love the diversity here. I love the neighborhood that I live in. I love my neighbors. It's peaceful, it's safe, and really, I truly love it here. It's unique that it borders 4 municipalities, Arlington Heights, Buffalo Grove, Prospect Heights, and Wheeling. And everybody has come here to represent this unique little 4 corners. Lately, with the beautiful weather we've been having, we've had our windows open. And once the cicadas go to sleep, it's quiet. You can hear wind chimes from neighbors' yards. I can hear a single automobile drive down Hintz Road. It's that quiet. And I'm back in the corner. So you really have to go around a curve to get to me. And I'm not up against the street. It's so quiet. I can hear people talking on the next block when they're standing in front of their driveway at 10 o'clock at night. It's that quiet. They're talking about keeping these vacuum cleaners on 24/7. That the lights and the ambient lighting, I mean, we just had that Aurora Borealis, the northern lights we could see from here. You're not going to see it with all that extra ambient light they're adding. And honestly, if this does go through, one of the things that I think that you need to require is them having EV stations. We're moving forward in this world, not backwards. They don't want to have them, they stated last time, because people put them in their homes. The residences that surround that place are rentals, townhomes, condos. They can't put them in their homes. So serve the community that you're going to be in, because you're not. And as a couple other people mentioned, I just wonder if every member of this planning commission has actually stood in that lot and just stood there and done a 360 and looked around at what is there and at what cost do we ruin that neighborhood. I also want to say thank you for your tireless work. I really appreciate you. And thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, another one coming.
Good evening. I was going to bring you some of my favorite soup. That's the cicada stew, but I couldn't get it done tonight. My name's Arlen Gould. I live in Arlington Heights in Northgate. I'm very involved in this community. I want to thank you all for your service. I'm on another board. I know how hard the job is. I'm wondering how many of you have actually walked the site. That's been asked before. If you had, you might have seen the natural habitat that's right across the street. That's a 4-acre piece of land that originally was going to be a gas station that the community fought. Fortunately for us, the builders at that time, Cambridge, agreed to deed that property to Arlington Heights Park District, and together we raised $100,000, including $10,000 from U.S. Fish and Wildlife, to create a natural habitat adjacent to Centennial Park. Other communities face the issue of an eyesore. Other communities face the issue of the need to raise revenue. Buffalo Grove had that. Because of my role on another board, I'm in touch with the communities all around here. Buffalo Grove waited 15 years to develop the site on Dundee where the car dealers were. I'm sure you're all familiar with that. They just recently approved a major development of that site that's going to be good for the community. that has been well-planned and well thought through. What are we doing here tonight? If you've walked that site, you know it's all quiet residential on all four sides. I know that two of the sides is Arlington Heights, and for the most part, Wheeling really discounts the Arlington Heights residents, but we represent the community. Our children go to our schools. We have 2 schools, neighborhood schools in this area. Each have over 300 children. There are children in this area that go to school. What are we doing? Can anybody articulate a reason why this is an improvement to our community? Developments ought to be improvements to our community. Is that right? Not just a revenue producer. You've heard about gambling. You've heard the feelings about gambling and alcohol late night. It's unconscionable, frankly, to introduce that into a residential area. The biggest competitor to this is on Lake Hook Road. You've seen that gas station. It's a 4-acre gas station. It's a mirror image of what this would look like. That in a residential area? Articulate for me what the benefit is to Wheeling for introducing a massive truck stop, late night gambling, alcohol, pollution, and it's clear there will be pollution from this site. I'm just asking you to take a hard look at this and ask the hard questions, because that's why you're paid the big bucks. And I want to thank all of my fellow neighbors from Northgate and the community for coming out tonight. I did not intend to speak, but I so love this town. I'm so integrated into Wheeling, as well as Arlington Heights, that I hate to see you make a terrible mistake. And if this gas station fails, and nobody's articulated where the traffic will come from to fit the projections that they're talking about, because you know that Hintz is not a major trafficked route. You know it ends at Arlington Heights Road. There is no reason for anybody to come from the west to fuel there, and there's really no reason for anybody to come from the east or the north, because there are gas stations in all directions. So where is the revenue going to come from? And you know that Old Buffalo Grove Road is 1 lane in each direction. All I'm asking is for you to ask the hard questions tonight. Thank you.
My name is Diane Hecht, and I am from Arlington Heights. My children graduated from Wheeling High School. I worked at Wheeling High School. I bleed blue and gold. After 2 nights of listening to speeches and questions and answers, I think one thing that stands out more than anything to me is there is not one person that has come here to speak in favor of this project. Everyone has spoken against it. So I thank you for your time, your patience, listening to all of us. But this is dear to our hearts, and it's not a good fit for our neighborhood. Thank you.
Oh, we got 2 more coming up.
Nope. She keeps trying to come up.
Charles Kramer. I live in Wheeling, Illinois. I'd like you to ask them a question for me. Sorry. I'd like you people to ask them a question for me. How far do they live from one of their own projects? Is it 500 feet? Is it a mile? You can answer that question for me. Thank you.
My name is Claudette Hildenbrand. I live in Arlington Heights. My house backs up across the street on the south side of Arlington Heights. I have many concerns. One is mainly, well, don't want this at all, but children. To me, kids on my side of the street, their parents might say, don't go across the street for the Slurpee or to their fast food places. Don't cross the street, but we all know kids. They'll cross the street. I live there and watch the cars go more than 40 miles an hour. How many children are going to die and get hit by cars because there is no stoplight there? Yes, they can go to the 7-Eleven. There is a stoplight, so it's safe to cross the street. Here, there is not. Kids are going to be running across the street. You're going to bring more semis in, and if you think a semi stops quick, no, it doesn't. My late husband drove one, and they don't stop. And those semis will not be able to turn onto Old Buffalo Grove Road. They're going to be going into the left-hand lane. They're going to be hitting other cars, even pulling off a Hintz. The same thing's going to happen. We're going to wind up with more cars getting hit and everything else. And I really worry about the children running through there. And you know that kids don't always listen to their parents. I thank God that my kids are grown and that my grandkids do not live in this area anymore. I'm glad that they finally cut the grass a week ago because it was 2.5, 3 feet high. I don't know who made them do that. But then after the last meeting, people aren't supposed to be loitering on that property. I woke up in the middle of the night, looked out my bedroom windows, like I do a lot of times. There, on the 24th of May, at 2:30 in the morning, is a car sitting there with its parking lights on. And I thought, okay, that's strange. Nobody really needs to be in this lot. Lo and behold, 5 minutes later, a police car pulls up, a Wheeling police car. Doesn't have his flashing lights on, but sits there and talks to the person for 5 minutes, leaves, and the car still sits there, turns off, and proceeded to sit there for another 35 to 40 minutes. Now, why did the cop allow him to sit in the parking lot? There's no reason for that. I'm a widow, and I worry about my safety. I love my neighborhood. I've been there for 40 years. I've watched Butera go out, the Russian restaurant, the monkey business restaurant, all of it. I watched a Colby's Outlet be there. Hell, even the murder, the 2 people that were murdered behind there. We watched that from our window too. And when the original part of the Garden Fresh got torn down and nobody moved all the steel and crap for months on end and we're all complaining, thank God my son, who was a Skokie firefighter, was in my backyard because he watched the people that were finally told to clean it up come and torch it. And he's the one that called 911. So thank God it didn't lead to the bigger fire that it could have, because they caught it quickly because he knew what they were doing. So we do watch out our windows. I have had a woman drive through my backyard, past a tree, through my swing set, and out the other end of my backyard, going too fast. So lots of accidents do happen there. But I'm really worried about how I will protect myself. If this place is open 24 hours, I have to get another security system. Do I have to get a gun to protect myself? I sure hope not. But this is just a really bad idea. We have a wonderful neighborhood. Let's leave it that way. We don't need some 24-hour business in there. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Hi, my name is Thomas May. I live at 1163 Johnson Drive in Buffalo Grove. Yes, it's Buffalo Grove, but as soon as I open the door, I can see Chevy Chase, so it's weird. So I've lived here for now, this is my 3rd year renting up there, and Wheeling has had an incredible impact on my life. My girlfriend's family has lived there forever. They live on Downing and University. They keep adding houses. They want to live walking distance to each other. And it fascinates me because my family was never that way. So seeing her family all clumped up together has just really shown me the impact that Wheeling can have. When I was playing catch the other day with my little cousins, or future little cousins, I was so befuddled that the property differences between the backyard and the backyard behind us were so vastly different. It's because the neighborhood was built 30 years after. It's because every new neighborhood today is built in this tiny little plot of forest between older neighborhoods, and it's getting ridiculous. What I truly came up here to actually talk about is the addiction aspect of gas and wash. I don't think inherently it's meant to be cynical, but we all know that's actually what the purpose will be intended for. The other night I had to run out and go get milk from a convenience store. It was $8 for a gallon, $2 at Aldi. I chose the convenience for $6. That's ridiculous. It's 20 minutes of my life at this point. What I really would like all of you to consider is all of these people are here in their livelihood, and so are you, to create a better community. So I just want us to keep that in mind while we actually spend our time and make something come of that. Thank you.
Anyone else? No. All right. Please stand.
Okay, so that's going to conclude the public participation portion of the evening. The next chance will be Gas and Wash will have the opportunity to make any additional statements or rebuttal before the Plan Commission has an opportunity to ask their questions. So again, we'd ask everyone to be respectful as they were of everyone else. And no, because we're not closing the public hearing. No, because their statements are evidence.
Good evening. We thank you for your time this evening. My name is Chris Kulishevsky. I'm from WT Group. We're the architects for the project. We've heard a lot of items, a lot of repeated items this evening, and all of which we like to say are not new to us. We've heard this in various locations, and we have put forth evidence of the fine facility that is being offered to be built here. A facility that has integrated itself into numerous communities, has become part of those communities in terms of parades, charitable events, hiring of local individuals, but also it's a statement of their commitment to the community even by the way they build the buildings, build the sites, and train their employees. A lot of the things that have been said tonight are true of old stations. The reports that were mentioned, I actually have copies of those reports in this binder right here. And the report about saying gas stations vent far more toxic fumes than previously thought, if you go into that, that is actually a sub-report of the science of the total environment. When you go into the details, they looked at 2 stations, 2 old stations that had old technology and that was improperly being fueled. I have other statements on the other reports about the distances and such, and just one statement that says, in terms of Carlos Wallace, they did not find an association between residential proximity to gasoline service stations. So we can go back and forth. They can bring reports up, I can bring reports up. But let's look at the expert, the one that is charged for the protection of all of us, and that is the Environmental Protection Agency. And what they said in their decision in 2018 was that they felt that the level that they set was safe for the environment. Safe not only for the environment in general, but safe for those at risk. And they specifically name older residences and young children. So they're looking out for that. We all want that. We all want a safe community. And our technology for this site is not like those gas stations of those many years ago that these reports are about. And as we mentioned last time about DEF being added to the diesel exposure, emissions, makes that to harmless vapor. That is just a scientific fact. That was initiated by the government, and as of 2018, 85% of all diesel vehicles have the DEF component. So you got it from the emissions side. You also have it from the environmental side for the Illinois State Fire Marshal. They, next to California and next to New York City, the state of Illinois is one of the most rigorous in terms of their environmental outlook on these facilities. We already have what the gentleman was saying about the tank monitoring. We monitor the pressure, we monitor the interstitial space of the tanks, of the lines, of the sumps below the dispensers. All that is printed out, and the state fire marshal can come in any second of any day and look at the required reports. We have not had an incident with gas and wash because they're using the latest and greatest technology. Yes, we agree that we need to look for EVs. We are looking for it. We're already bringing 480 volt to the site. We just haven't made the decision as to what vendor to go with. Quite frankly, if Tesla had not come along, we would be talking about liquid hydrogen rather than EV, because liquid hydrogen has a far lower carbon footprint than any electrical vehicle. In fact, if you look at the hard facts, the carbon component of an EV is very high. And so we really need to look at the whole industry and such. So we support new technologies. We're going to offer it. But in terms of the pollution, the controls are there. In terms of the technology, we have it to monitor, but also prevent. And in terms of the commitment to the community, the history, we have letters from sheriffs that say there is no increase in crime. So rather than get into all the details, Alex would like to talk about a couple of things, the remediation and land values and other items, but we just want to reiterate, we've been here before, we've been with other communities, and we have shown that we are committed to the communities that we go into.
Hi, Alex Cougar, Gas and Wash. Want to thank everyone here for their time between the two sessions. A lot of people spent time here, and it's clear that the care for the communities there, additionally with all the neighbors that have showed up, obviously everyone cares about the community here. One of the points I'd like to address is the environmental remediation work already done. So we've already made that investment. The old dry cleaner, I believe I stated this last time as well, the old dry cleaner's been cleaned up, and the old tanks from the existing gas station have already been remediated, so that work's already been completed. There's a point made on ownership. There's no, Bow River and Freedom 3 are not equity partners at all in Gas and Wash. Just want to make that very clear for the record. This is a privately owned company. Vacuums being 24/7. We're closing, when we close the car wash, the vacuums won't be operational. Just want to make that point. So at 9 p.m., the vacuums won't be up. Fleet membership, it was brought up that there was concern that we'd be washing a lot of trucks. The fleet membership, a lot of them are cop cars, et cetera, other community, if you have a fleet of cars for any reason, we like to do a discounted pricing for those members. Additionally, since the last time we met, I'd like to, just because of all the concern, we want to be partners in the communities we operate in. That's what's allowed this business model to succeed and thrive and build 2, 3, and sometimes 4 sites in municipalities. And if we weren't good partners in the community, those municipalities wouldn't ask us to continue to build. So in that effort, we'd like to suggest closing the diesel canopy from 10 to 4 as kind of our part in making sure that that's closed and some of the concerns are addressed. Oswego was also brought up as a denial. I can confirm since last night, we got approved for 1 vote. So we'll be growing in Oswego soon. I just want to make a point, there's a lot of our sites, and we had an aerial that was brought up at the last meeting. Difference between, surrounded by residential on 3 sides versus 4. I can confirm there's multiple sites we have embedded in the communities that we operate in. Our Shorewood location, we even have 2 bike racks because of the number of kids that ride their bike to our site. Now, if parents were concerned, I don't know why they would let their kids ride their bike and stop at our facility. But I can promise you on days like today, you see a lot of bikes at the Shore location, which is surrounded by residential. A lot of those residents had the exact same concerns that were presented to you tonight. And their kids are biking to our site, and it's safe, and we haven't had a single issue since we opened there. There's a lot of also concern and about depressed home values. I haven't seen any statistical evidence to substantiate that point at all. And additionally, 2 of our sites right now, one's already surrounded by residential, but the Theodore and Droughton site, there's actually a development directly behind, a multi-unit development directly behind our convenience store. We only develop, I want to make this point, we only develop gas stations, car washes, gas and wash, that's it. But someone is spending tens of millions of dollars to build a substantial development directly behind that Theodore and Droughton site. I would think they've done their homework and they know the type of operators we are, or they wouldn't be making that investment. They wouldn't be concerned.
Where that is, sir? So I get it down.
Theodore and Droughton.
Where is that?
It's in Joliet.
Joliet.
Yes.
That's yet to be built?
No, that site's been open for multiple years. No problem. In addition, there's also a development work being done by our Plainfield site. So it's clear that multi-unit developers have seen the type of operators we are, take a lot of value in the type of operators we are, and continue to develop multi-unit sites directly adjacent to where we've built. Really important point in terms of home value. We feel great about the value we add to the community. We feel that we're accretive to the community, and the business is based on serving that, and we're unwavering in feeling that way. In conclusion, thank you all for your time, and look forward to any questions that you may have. So they lent us money, but they have no equity.
They lent you money.
Just like a bank would. They don't have any equity in our business, but thank you.
Let me see that. This is a residential.
Okay, this is again, the public participation portion is over. They had the chance to do the rebuttal. The next chance will be the village board. Are we?
Anything else from
From-
your
from
team?
you?
No, that's all.
Okay.
Okay. It's 10 o'clock. Oh, left. Us. Okay, all right.
Want to take a 5-minute break for bathroom real quick?
Do we need a 5? Break?
Keep moving.
Keep going.
What are they talking about?
Whether or not.
5-minute break?
If you guys need a 5-minute break or not.
Everybody should be in on the discussion.
I said, do you want a 5-minute break?
Before we turn it over to the plan commission questions.
Take a break.
All right, we'll take 5. Mallory, I think you have something. What?
No.
Oh, yeah. But
So the public participation portion.
I had a question about protocol. Could I ask a question? Because you've been real good about protocol. Will the commissioners do a narrative before they vote so we hear their mindset? It's really important to these people to hear before they vote their mindset.
That is up to the commissioners if they wish to. They do not have to.
That's how they do it in Buffalo Grove. That's how they
Okay.
do it in
Well,
Arlington.
that's great.
I hope you do.
Yeah, I also wanted to clarify for everybody that this is the Plan Commission. This is not the elected officials. This is the Plan Commission. These are volunteers, okay? So this is a recommending body. So their vote here is a recommendation. This will then go, no matter what it is, to the village board. The village board is the elected officials. They will make the final decision.
But the residents need to hear the mindset.
I'm not talking about what you said. I'm just trying to clarify to everybody that that's the whole process for this. Oh yeah, we really can't take questions because then everybody's going to have questions.
we're trying to get this wrapped up tonight,
Yeah, we
folks.
got to get this wrapped up. So they're going to talk and discuss, and they can ask questions to the petitioner. But you know, as they talk, you'll hear what they have to say.
Okay, is there anything else before we get started?
I mean, I can just clarify, as I said before, about the, I made a statement earlier about gaming and the relevancy. We let people discuss it during public comment to give everyone their piece, but I do want to reiterate that the issue of whether or not to allow gaming in the village is a policy decision made by the village board, that they've already made it. I understand that Arlington Heights Board made a different policy decision, but in the village of Wheeling, gaming is allowed. And that was a decision made several years ago. Once that's allowed, if they are eligible, then the state grant, if it's allowed in the local community, then the state gaming board is the one who licenses it if they find they meet the requirements. Just because it's included on the floor plan, just because, because they like to show the floor plan for the plan commission to understand the layout, it is not an element of the special use. It is not a factor for the underlying uses for the special use standards. The uses being considered are liquor store and gas station and car wash. So gaming is not a use considered, even if it ends up being in the future, because it also could not be. So I just wanted to clarify that for the Plan Commission when they are considering the petitions before you tonight.
Thank you. All right. So we'll start, Mr. Hyken.
My questions have been answered, thank you. I have nothing else.
That's right. Commissioner Smart.
I have a couple of questions for you.
Can you have the
Put your
mic down, Commissioner Smart?
Yeah, whoever wants to cover it.
Yes, please.
I'll make sure.
Okay. I just want to make sure I understand your business model.
Correct.
Okay. And I did take you up on your invitation. I did go to the Lamont Gas and Wash. I have seen it, and I have driven through the neighborhood, and I've been on site. You said you are siphoning off existing traffic, correct?
Correct.
Okay, the traffic study was done from 7 a.m. till about 5:45, right?
Believe that's the case.
Okay, so am I correct in my assumption that your big revenue hours are not overnight?
That's correct.
Okay. Are there any other locations that are bordered on four sides by residences? And so tell me the city.
As we stated, do we have the aerial that was presented? I think the visual's the best, but the answer's not on all four sides, but you can see the residential proximity in this aerial chart.
Okay.
Excuse me, everyone was quiet when you all spoke. Please be quiet while they are trying to ask questions and get answered.
So you could, sorry, go ahead.
I looked at that before too. I guess, am I correct that this proposed site may have the most people around it of any of the gas and wash?
From a density perspective,
Yes,
I don't believe that to be the case. That said, this is the only site with all four sides, but you can see the Shorewood location I brought up earlier is heavily surrounded with dense communities. And I mentioned it earlier when I spoke, as far as kids riding their bike to the site and having bike rack on this, multiple bike racks at this site.
Okay. Does your business model also assume revenue from the existing residents?
It assumes that the local community is going to go to the convenience store, yes.
All right. And if I understood it correctly, you already have the vapor recovery system?
Yeah, Chris can talk to that in more detail, but that's correct. Yeah, that's EPA standard at all convenience stores now.
Given the fact that there are 4 sides of residential locations, you already said that the diesel hours are reduced.
Correct, and that's something we proposed tonight.
All right, and the diesel pumps open at what time?
Our recommendation is closing from 10 to 4. I know, a lot of a true heavy flow diesel would have at least kind of 4 lanes. This has 2. We like to open early for landscapers. Obviously, a lot of landscapers get their commute started really early in the day. 4:30 is very typical. A lot of our sites, they'll come get lunch at 9:30.
All right, but car wash, liquor store, diesel pump, those hours would be up for discussion.
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Sprague.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening. Stay right there.
I'm staying right here.
Yeah, a lot of my questions have already been asked, but I still have a few. Well, as far as the hours for the car wash and the liquor store, I've heard different things, but I've read that the car wash would be 6 A to 9 P.
Correct. Typically, we have, from the majority of our other sites, it's 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. We've abridged the hours here to 9 p.m.
And then the vacuums would only run during those hours also?
Correct.
And then as far as the liquor store, that would be 7 A to 9 P?
That's fine if that's what's recommended.
That's not,
What we stated earlier is we're following the local ordinance, which is, I believe, 2, which is obviously part of this conversation is.
2 in the morning. But
Yeah.
I read, again, that it was 7 A to 9 P. Is that correct?
Do we have,
It's in his narrative.
it's up for discussion, I think, still, just figuring out the exact hours for the liquor store, which is separate.
Let's see here. Projection description letter identifies the packaged liquor store would operate from 7 to 9.
We can make the liquor store 7 to 9.
All right. So one of your requirements for the gambling for the state is 10,000 gallons?
Correct.
Do you have any kind of projection at all how many vehicles that would be?
Yeah, so it's comprehensive. So what's called auto diesel, or if you have an F-150, F-250, that counts towards that total. Box trucks, landscapers, in addition to the trucks. And I know the last time I was here, I spoke about, worth mentioning again, because I know some people couldn't attend the first one, but 85% of the Class A or 18-wheel volume in the U.S. can only fill up at 3 operators, Pilot, Loves, and TA. Additionally, a lot of the over-the-road truck drivers want typical amenities, showers, a sit-down, like kind of greasy spoon type of place, and truck parking. We don't offer any of those amenities at this site, worth mentioning again. So it's, what we predict is, like I said last time, if we do 3 to 6 18-wheelers a day, the rest would be those type of operators, and we'll do around 1,200 gallons of diesel a day, we think.
With those amount of vehicles? Excuse me?
Quiet, please.
All right, thank you. I think that's all I had for you. Mr. Getzelman. Okay, I have a question about the detention. There's 2 underground tanks, 1 above ground area, and then there's something called a storm volume control area. Could you explain what that is?
Yeah, so there's 2 underground, so the detention, well, first off, the Village of Wheeling takes stormwater management very seriously. This site is built to, the standards of today and not, obviously the site that's out there now, which was built to the standards of the 60s. So the site currently has 3 kind of basins, 2 underground that are kind of separate, and they all connect to your normal kind of green bottom detention basin that's above ground. There's an oil water separator, so all the inlets that collect water near the fuel tanks will go into this oil water separator, clean that before it goes into the detention, and then volume control is a method of water quality enhancement. So basically it kind of filters out the water before it makes its way into the storm sewer system. So this site, has all of that, and it will be permitted, through the village and obviously through the Metropolitan Water Reclamation District, who oversees that stuff as well.
And will there be an increase, improvement in water detention with this?
Yes.
Versus what now?
Yes, a better way of looking at that is the release rate in the proposed condition will be a lot less than what's out there now. So, there will be a lesser impact on the existing stormwater management system downstream.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Okay. Commissioner Casper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a few questions. I would like to just crystallize how many pumps you're going to have, diesel and regular gasoline. In other words, how many vehicles could theoretically be fueled at one time?
Certainly. Could we go to the colored site plan, please? Thank you. So the diesel here has 2 lanes. There's shown 3 tanks because a CFL type vehicle has a tank on the driver's side and the passenger side. So only 2 vehicles in the back area there can be fueling at one time. Then we have in here, we have 7 islands. It's called an inline canopy, and that would be 1 on each side. So that would be a total of 14 cars at one time.
Okay, that's what I thought, but I saw these things, and most of the gas stations I go to have the ability to have 2 cars on each side of an island.
That's called a tandem canopy, yeah.
Okay.
And this is an inline.
All right. So I want to be absolutely crystal clear about the environmental concerns, because I worked for a company and they went down the tubes and out of business because of environmental stuff that they were responsible for. So you mentioned that the dry cleaner stuff has been cleaned up and the tanks from the gas station have been pulled out. Has the entire property been properly inspected and remediated?
And that would be...
So important to note for this process, third-party expert environmental firm has been contracted to help with all this work. While those 2 items have been taken care of, we still have to, the item remaining is the demo of the old kind of convenience store, and then a final sign-off from that third-party environmental firm. So that's not been kind of fully blessed quite yet, but the big items that we were concerned about, that we had the environmental report on, have been remediated.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Again, I want to be absolutely clear. You own both of these parcels of land now?
Yes.
Okay. So as long as this is still up here, and I've been waiting to say this since 2 weeks ago when I started looking to all this, I'm not a real smart guy. I'm confused about the traffic flow in this thing. I need to know who's coming in and going out where, because there's limited access, and if you got cars and trucks and they're going to get gas and they're going to the car wash, just very simple terms, tell me how this is all flowing together.
Yeah, we take this very seriously because we know for a site like this, safety and convenience are the two main functions. And so from, let's just talk CFL, commercial fueling lane, the box trucks, the landscapers, they'll be entering, doing a clockwise turn, they'll be fueling, and then they'll be exiting. So this is an entrance only, and that's an exit only.
Okay, and they're all going out onto Old Buffalo Grove Road,
Right.
either left turn or right turn.
Well, I bet you 99 will be making a left turn out, going back to Hintz.
All right.
And we want to stress and emphasize that we are a siphoning use in terms of using the existing traffic. So the semi-trucks that are coming to our site are on the road today. And so that would be the box trucks, the landscapers, et cetera. The auto customer has two choices. They could come in here off of Hintz, or they could come in through this access point off of Old Buffalo Grove. And they would be fueling up here, and then they could make that same decision about going out this way, or if they've turned around, they could come out this way and either go right, north or south, or on the other driveway, east or west. The car wash customer actually proceeds back through here, and these are the vacuum areas. We find that the surveys that I've taken range from 47 to 52% people like to vacuum before they wash and after they wash. So that's why we give them that opportunity. So if I'm fueling, I'm going over here, I'm vacuuming, then I'm pulling into this automated canopy that you select the wash with, you turn around and come through the car wash. You stay in the car the whole time. It's an express model. And then you come out here, and then based upon whether you like to vacuum before or after, either go back to the vacuum or you leave the site this way. So basically, all the auto traffic is contained in these curb cuts and in this portion of the site, and then all the box trucks, the landscape vehicles, et cetera, are contained in this portion of the site.
Okay, I think when I really looked at it, I was looking at something that was black and white, and it was very confusing. But now that you explained it, and I've got the colors, that makes it much easier for me to understand.
And just one of the things, there was a comment before about maximum coverage and meeting your ordinance. Your maximum coverage is 35%. We're only 24%. So we're 11 percentage points lower than what's allowed. So, and then also the emphasis on the LSR. The LSR says it's got to be 25% minimum. We're again 33%. So again, we're more than that. So we're not just trying to barely meet your requirements, we're exceeding your requirements.
Okay, I know it's late and other people want to talk. Final question, was serious consideration given for this project to any other sites in this general area? That would include Wheeling, Buffalo Grove, Arlington Heights general vicinity.
We've been evaluating sites. Obviously, as I said, at the first meeting, we're predominantly based in the southwest suburbs, but we've been looking to grow in the northern suburbs for quite some time. Obviously, had the site in Green Oaks, technically right by Libertyville now, that I recommended everyone kind of checking out locally to get a feel for the type of operators we are. But we, we're constantly evaluating sites. This site came to us and we felt like it was a good opportunity. We saw the previous use, having a kind of a convenience store there, a much smaller one, as mentioned, but we thought it would be a good fit and kind of embedded in the community, which is...
I don't want to interrupt you, but you didn't really answer my question. So my question was, when you looked at this site and decided to buy it, were you considering any other sites in this immediate area?
No.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, my turn next. So just a couple questions, maybe some clarifications. Did I hear correctly, there are not EV charging stations?
So all the new sites we build now have, Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, 480 volt ready. And as I said, we're evaluating, and I actually spoke to someone in this local community recommending, because of the renters, that we evaluate the vendor we'd like to select. So we have the site ready for EV charging. We just have to select the right device, the above ground charger.
Yeah, familiar with it, got it. Okay. We talked a little bit about, these lanes, right? And, the fact that, the diesel lanes would be used by the box trucks, landscaping, that sort of thing. Clearly they are designed for semi-trucks, and I'm just curious, in your business plan, where do you see the semi-truck coming into play? Because you're not exactly in close proximity to major highways.
I understand the concern and the question. We've got, I believe I brought this up at the last meeting as well. We have the site that's less than a mile off I-80, very busy interstate, and we fill 6 to 10 18-wheelers a day. And again, that's a mile off of I-80. This is not going to be a busy site for 18-wheelers at all. We wouldn't put 2 fueling lanes if we thought we were going to be filling, 8, 10 trucks an hour at peak time. There are a lot of landscapers in this community, and it's really important for us that if they pull in on the sides that also have diesel and the retail right here, so the ends have diesel ability, right? So if they've pulled in here at those kind of rush hours at 6 or 7, it really messes up the whole site flow. And the flow of the site is imperative for our success. If you go to our site and can't get through, you're probably not coming back.
I did go to your site in Green Oaks, by the way, so I do have an understanding, but thank you for that clarification. You have a storage building that's next to your trash enclosure. What is the purpose of that? I think it's on the plan north end.
Yeah, great question. We store a lot of various equipment for the extra parts, either for the car wash or the various things we need for the convenience store in the shed. Try to keep that separate from various items that we're preparing in our kitchen area, so it's in the shed.
I noticed you have bike parking on your plan. You had mentioned bike parking?
Yeah.
You have bike parking on the plan?
Not on this. This is that was Shorewood that I mentioned that we have bike racks.
I thought I saw some bike rack detail on this plan as well.
Yeah. Correct.
Okay. So, somebody's riding their bike, into the area. They want to go to the convenience store. How do we make sure that that is a safe path of travel for the either pedestrian traffic or, the person on a bike?
Not only for a person on the bike, but quite frankly, for a person in a wheelchair.
Oh, good.
And that is a state requirement, accessibility. And so Brian has laid out the site here that these sidewalks are all sloped to meet all ADA sloping requirements. And then we have a cross sidewalk across here. We obviously don't want to bring people through the canopy.
Yep.
So we definitely bring them along the sidewalk and then the safest spot crossing right here.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll start with Alex. And then Chris, we'll come back to you. Just a quick question. I'm just curious about, you talked about the 18-wheelers and the fact that I believe it's like 3.5 miles from a major highway. If you do get these trucks coming down Hintz or Old Buffalo Grove Road or whatever the case may be, and the landscapers, correct me or help me out here with the signage. How do they get around and know where to go to fuel up their vehicles?
Yeah, so we put a lot of directional signage on the majority of our sites, but there's a clear flow, and we'll put a truck entrance with an arrow. We've done that at a number of sites, and that usually provides clarity for the drivers.
And you haven't had any type of confusions with, a regular resident driving, a regular vehicle versus the landscapers and, of course, the big 18-wheelers?
Correct. Hasn't been an issue.
Okay. All right. Chris, real quick. Thank you. Careful. I just want to ask you again, and I know it was discussed before in our previous meeting. It's nature, and the season right now is full of cicadas, and it gets kind of, loud. My question to you, if you can repeat and go over it again as far as the decibel levels for the car wash and the vacuums. And I don't know if you have the numbers as far as the decibel levels are concerned with cicadas compared to numbers that you gave before, because that's one of the concerns. And I know you gave us a range of 56 to 74 decibels, is that correct, from what your studies or research have revealed?
Right.
So I don't know if you have studies on the sound or the loudness of the cicadas, because they can be, to some people, kind of loud and irritating. I wanted to see if you know how to make a comparison between your pumps, your car wash, and your vacuums in comparison to what we're hearing through nature with the cicadas.
Right. Not specifically with the cicadas, but for comparison, 60 decibels is a normal conversation with two people about 3 feet apart. So you're not yelling at each other, you're having a good day, and that's 60 decibels. The state of Illinois requires that we have 55 decibels. And so we need to make sure that our sound, by the time it hits our property line, is at that level. And so we do that through the sound absorbing wall. We had a landscape fence 2 slides down here, but also through the way we define the car wash. There's an actual wall that separates the wash area from the dry area. There's also speed doors that come down. And then we also have an additional fence that comes out the exit end and makes a 90-degree turn that has to be 10 feet tall. And so that helps block any of the sound there. So we need to meet that. We took the overall average, and as I mentioned last time, there's spikes as trucks go by and loud motorcycles and stuff like that, and that far exceeds that number.
Just if you could, for the cicada question, to put it in reference, we did a little Google search here while we've been discussing. It says that cicadas, especially from Brood X, which is what the 17-year cicada is, their noise can reach as high as 100 decibels. And then the National Institute of Health says that cicadas can reach the volume of a lawnmower, a motorcycle, or a tractor.
Thank you so very much for clearing that up. Commissioner Myers also. But thank you so much. I just wanted to get that clarity for the understanding, for the layman's perspective, how we can measure and compare the pumps, the vacuum, and the car wash in comparison. So thank you so very much. I appreciate you guys.
That's it?
Yes, thank you.
Can we go to this site plan?
I should not.
Guess that one will do.
the
All right.
actual site plan. That's the actual site plan.
Yeah.
sorry. Do you want the other one?
That one works. Okay. All the big questions have been answered. I got a couple little things. Like, when you're looking at that flow of the trucks, when they get done fueling, you've got pavement markings that say stop, do not enter. You got pavement markings that say stop and do not enter, like the trucks can't go anywhere. I think the do not enter is supposed to be facing the other way.
Right, exactly. And also, when you're driving in, yeah, you want to see the do not enter being right there, so someone doesn't accidentally go into there. The pavement marking stop is for someone who fuels their tank up, then they pull up and they'll stop there.
But the do not enter should be
Yes,
the other
sir.
way around.
Yes, sir.
Then I noticed ice merchandisers, are you talking about the coolers? Okay. You've got them in the drive-through lane on the site plan. They're along the
They're-
wall, but
they're right
in the
here.
drive-through
Yeah,
lane.
right here, I think.
So that's something you guys have to work out.
Yeah. Well, what happens is, this is different than most merchandisers. We actually sell the bag ice inside the store. These are extra storage there.
Oh,
And so the only ones that will be using that would be the employees.
Okay, that clarifies that. It's not really a merchandiser then,
Correct.
it's a freezer.
We should change that name too to call it storage. Yes, sir.
And I noticed something else going through some of the details. You have a dog wash in the car wash?
It is, yes.
That,
We have it at all of our sites, and it's especially popular in We actually have the dog wash at all of our car washes. It's especially popular in kind of the communities where we're surrounded by homes. You know, someone's dog gets really dirty, they don't want to wash it at home, they can go to our dog wash.
and that's free service or?
No, it's a couple bucks for like 5 minutes.
Okay. Well, yeah, I know your business model is 24/7. If you could modify that for this neighborhood, that would help you out. You've already modified your diesel hours and your liquor store hours. So I know you're trying. Okay, anything else from the commission?
Can I just follow up on?
Yes.
Your mic, Commissioner Smart.
Thank you. Can you come off the 24/7 for the C-store and the pumps?
It's not something that we've done at any of other sites. We haven't set that precedent. Additionally, and I brought this up last time, you know, our coffee operators starting at 3. As mentioned, I believe someone mentioned this, our traffic is not very busy after those peak hours, that's, you know, 7 p.m. hour. We want to, a lot of times, you know, those overnight cashiers are stocking the store, but we keep the store open. We want to be part of someone's routine, and if they're on the way to a night shift, they're on the way to a road trip or whatever it may be, they can stop in, get gas, and get a Cliff Bar. So we want to be that kind of around-the-clock operator. But as mentioned, you know, we've abridged our car wash hours from normal. The liquor store hours are definitely a lot less than normal. And then we feel like we've kind of offered up closing the diesel lanes in kind of that concession to help produce that impact on the community.
All right. Anything else? down at that end? Yes.
Just one last thing. I did see the dog wash. I thought that was cute. Will you have propane stored on this site?
Yes, we also offer propane, majority of our sites, yeah, right there. Propane filling.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
All right. If there's nothing else, Ms. Nyes, do we have conditions on
Yeah, so,
D?
we'll talk about the PUD first. The proposed conditions are, number one, and Mallory's going to elaborate on this. Number one, let me just read all the conditions first. Overnight customer parking on the site is prohibited. Number two, the preliminary PUD document shall be revised as follows prior to review and consideration by the village board. A, the irrigation plan shall be updated to be consistent with the landscape plan. B, resolve conflicts with trees and light fixtures on the north property line, which shall not result in the reduction of proposed trees in the area. Number three, the final PUD submittal shall include the following items in addition to the submittal requirements of section 1909-010E5. Project approval from the Cook County Department of Transportation and Highways is required prior to final PUD approval from the village. So I know there were some questions about this overnight parking.
Yes, so because the site would be open 24 hours, I thought it might, and given the questions from the public, it might be helpful to clarify overnight parking definition a little bit more. So here's what I'm proposing with, obviously, the commission weighing in on the length of time, but it would be parking of a vehicle in one spot continuously for a period of time exceeding, and then the ones I've seen vary anywhere from like 2, 4, 6 hours at any time. So like that, you set however long you think continuous is, then during the hours of whatever PM of day designated to blank AM of the following day. So that way it would be clear that a customer coming in for 15 minutes, 30 minutes to go to the convenience store would not be overnight parking. So to have that continuously for a period of time exceeding, I don't know if we want to do 2 or 4 hours, to make it clear what overnight parking is. So I'd leave that to the commission's discretion to give clarity.
What do you think, Mike? We've never had to define overnight parking before.
Well, usually overnight parking means no parking whatsoever at a place because it's closed.
Right.
So, but because it's open, I think it'd be helpful to clarify that.
4 hours?
We're talking about a truck or any?
No, for anybody.
Vehicle, other than
Any
employees.
Overnight parking.
I don't think trucks should be able to park there at all.
Yeah.
Right. Well, you're talking semis, right?
Articulated trucks.
Or box trucks. Want box trucks parked there overnight?
What?
The diesel lanes
Okay.
are closed.
Yeah, diesel lanes are closed.
Yeah, put a limit on it then, if you're gonna let cars park there at all.
All right, Millie, tell us again how to word that.
So here's the proposed definition. So the overnight parking, so the condition says no overnight parking, and then we would state overnight parking for this site means the parking of a vehicle, and as, how I have it defined, it's any vehicle at this point, in one spot continuously for a period of time exceeding, I'm gonna put in 4 hours at any time during the hours of 10 PM of the day designated to 4 AM, 10 PM to 4 AM of the following day. This excludes employee parking. So that would cover all vehicles for overnight parking? Is that, I don't think that cars are also parking there
Well,
overnight?
Except for employees.
I said this excludes employees
Yeah.
parking.
Yeah.
Okay?
Oh, can you read that one more time?
Yes.
Just a little bit slower. After exceeding 4 hours at a time.
At a time during the hours of 10 PM to 4 a.m. the following day.
And then
This excludes employee parking. Okay?
Okay, so with that added condition, do I hear a motion to approve docket PPUD 23-0004?
So moved.
Second.
Sprague and Meyer?
Yep.
Just a legislative thing real quick. Do we need to close the public hearing before we go into votes?
We can do it either before or after.
Okay, I didn't know.
We don't usually.
Okay.
Yeah.
We usually close it after.
We can close it immediately after. Well, we did one public hearing for all of them, so we'll close them all at the end.
As a plan commission member, I'm going to vote according to what I was appointed to do on this commission, which was to make sure that any petitioner that comes before us is following the village codes and meets the standards of special uses and variances. And in my opinion, they do, and they meet. I have done reviews and research on all the required codes, and they meet those. So with that, I vote yes.
Aren't you supposed to create a clean environment and
I'm sorry, this is the time for the plan commission to deliberate and make their votes. It is.
Commissioner Meyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Riles?
Yes.
Commissioner Casper?
No.
Commissioner Smart?
Yes.
Commissioner Heiken?
No.
Chairman Johnson?
Yes.
Meyer voted yes? Is that right?
That's correct.
It is a 5-2 vote.
I was only up by one.
All right, we're going to have to, ask people to leave the room if we're not going to be respectful.
Motion, we need a motion to close.
No, we're gonna
gonna
close
them all together?
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll open them all
All right,
together.
Marcy, give us the conditions on PSU.
Ma'am, you need to sit down, please.
you consider
Ma'am,
people.
Ma'am,
please
you need to sit down.
Consider the people.
This is not a final decision. Conditions on PSU
We don't have that availability.
24-0007.
What are we doing?
The conditions for G,
For the car wash.
007. You want me to read it?
Sir,
Sir, please, everyone, this is
I don't want to
the
have to
public
clear the room,
participation.
but we will.
You're going so fast, we're trying to keep up.
Number one, approval of the special use for a car wash facility is contingent upon the petitioner receiving approval of a preliminary planned unit development of docket number PPUD 23-0004. And number two, a wheeling business license must be obtained from the Community Development Department before the business begins operations at the site.
You?
And if I may, do we need to put hours of operation in this too?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, this is for the car wash.
So hours of operation are limited to,
For the car wash.
7 a.m. to 9 p.m. Right?
They said 6.
Oh, 6 a.m. to 9 p.m., sorry.
6, 8 to 9, yeah.
and then I should say, this includes the vacuum.
Yeah, we can be.
So hours of operation are limited to 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. This includes the vacuum stations.
Okay. That added condition, a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Sprague is a yes. Commissioner Meyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Riles?
Yep.
Commissioner Casper.
Because I don't think this large of an operation belongs in a residential area, I vote no.
I can't hear.
Excuse me, everyone, we are trying to conduct business.
Commissioner Smart. Commissioner Heiken.
No.
Chairman Johnson. On to the liquor store.
On to the liquor store.
We need to add hours of operation on this one, too.
Conditions on the liquor store. They said they would go to 7 a.m. to 9 p.m.
That's where I have that note.
So for this one, number one, approval of the special use for a packaged liquor store is contingent upon the petitioner receiving approval of a preliminary planned unit development of docket number PPUD 23-0004 and obtaining a Wheeling liquor license from the Liquor Control Commission. Number two, all packaged liquor sales shall occur within a dedicated tenant space pursuant to the floor plans prepared by WT Group dated 2/21/2023, last revised 3/29/2024. Number three, a Wheeling business license must be obtained from the Community Development Department before the business begins operations at the site. And number four, the hours of operation are limited to 7 a.m. to 9 p.m.
Okay, with those conditions, do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second. Commissioner Meyer.
Yes.
Commissioner Sprague is a yes. Commissioner Riles.
Yes.
Commissioner Casper.
No.
Commissioner Smart.
Yes.
Commissioner Heiken.
No.
Chairman Johnson.
Yes.
Ms.
Now we
Brady,
can-
yes?
Yes.
He was.
Now we can close the public hearings.
All right, now a motion to close public hearings for docket PPUD 23-0004.
So moved.
Hold
We're
on.
going to do them all. PSU 24-0007 and PSU 24-0008.
So moved.
Second.
Heiken, Meyer. Commissioner Heiken. Commissioner Meyer.
Yes.
Commissioner Riles.
Yes.
Commissioner Casper.
Yes?
Commissioner Sprague is a yes. Commissioner Smart.
Yes.
Chairman Johnson.
Yes. All right, lastly, we have PSUB PP 24-0003, request for approval of a preliminary plat of subdivision of lots 1 and 2 in Zales subdivision for Lenny's Gas and Wash, Hintz Road and Old Buffalo Grove Road, LLC, at 1750 and 1798 West Hintz Road. Also continued from the last meeting, but we never talked about it at all. Does anyone have any questions on that item?
No.
All right, then entertain a motion.
So
So
moved.
moved. Second.
Meyer, Heiken. Commissioner Meyer.
Yes.
Commissioner Heiken.
Yes.
Commissioner Riles.
Yes.
Commissioner Casper.
No.
Commissioner Sprague is a yes. Commissioner Smart.
Yes.
Chairman Johnson.
Yes. Okay. Don't have to do anything with this exhibit.
No.
No.
All right, moving on to approval of minutes of the regular meeting of May 22nd, 2024, including the findings of fact for docket numbers PV 24-0002, PPUD 23-0004, PSU 24-0007, and PSU 24-0008.
So moved.
Second.
Meyer, Heiken. Commissioner Meyer.
Yes.
Commissioner Heiken.
Yes.
Commissioner Riles. Commissioner Casper.
Yes?
Commissioner Sprague abstains.
Well, if-
Commissioner Smart.
You don't have to abstain.
Chairman Johnson.
Yeah, you were part of it. You didn't
You don't
have to abstain. But yes. I hate to ask, but any other business?
No.
No,
Any business?
it's
Any
11
other
o'clock.
business?
no other business.
We're still having a meeting here. We are still having a meeting here.
Meeting is still going on.
Any other business down at that end?
Nothing for me, thank you.
No, no.
Sweet dreams.
Nothing.
Commissioner Riles looks like he wants to say something.
Well, if you really want, no, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I have nothing. Thank you.
Are we obligated to talk to these people?
Marcy, anything from you? No. Thanks. Well, thanks to the team here for hanging in there and getting this thing moved along. I don't know what the board's feeling's gonna be, but we did what we needed to do. I appreciate everybody coming out from the community. I'm sorry it didn't go the way they wanted, but we are done. Motion to adjourn
So moved.
Second.
in a second.
Meyer and Heiken.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We are done. And I